Alright. Turn that music down a little bit. And we're good for Friday. Hello, hello. I am very warm all of a sudden. Well, no, I was very warm a few minutes ago. Why is it so warm in here? Oh, it's a unusually warm January day here at 40 degrees. That's I am quite warm because I live in the tundra apparently. So, Red, are you early? Welcome in. Like a good Raven Guard player, I unironically love this song. No, actually, I don't know how people don't love this song. No work today? Nice! Let's go. Alright, so, we're absolutely finishing this guy today. But first, we have to actually finish this guy because I need to make his base purple like I said I would. So we're gonna pop... Actually, no, we're not gonna pop this guy in here. We're gonna pop this guy on a cork because I'm gonna make the rim purple as well because I am a monster like that. And then Venom gets to deal with that later, whenever he sends me shipping information. Get some blue tack here. That is basically CFC in a nutshell. It's us all paying to troll ourselves. That's what it is, effectively. It's all of us paying money because I pay for the shipping. Technically, well, I provide the models and the shipping. You could say it's out of all the money that people throw into the miniature, but I mean, still, that's now technically my money, so I'm paying into it too. Alright, so we have it on a blue tack. We'll pop the other guy back on the handle for safety measures. You guys saw the Raven Guard Fury Assault Squad, they're dope. Oh yeah, those are great. I've got 5 of them. In various levels of lore correctness. Yeah, so I'm painting all this Gene Stealer purple, which is actually kind of lighter than it looks in here. At least that's what I remember. And once I opened it, there we go. Yeah, the entire base is gonna be that color. I can't wait to learn eventually how good they actually are. Oh yeah, I've got this on the videos. I need this on the song. Put on the song and we'll jump to the next one. Okay, so hopefully the music will be stable now because I actually switched my 4X MetaTrader to my old laptop over here, which this will also run when I get around to setting it up. To run the streaming software when I do PC gaming in the future. Yeah, I feel like it'll be about the same as Warp Town stats. I wouldn't know. I know right now in 40K they're just run as, very fancy Vanguard vets, which is totally fine because Vanguard vets are quite good. But yeah, I have no idea how they stand up in Horus Heresy currently. Warp Talon makes sense, though. Actually, as Warp Talons were supposed to be better because of their warp stuff as the whatever their assault marines were called before that. And that's what Dark Fury is supposed to be, are supposed to be especially elite. Basically Vanguard vets. They go hard, just expensive. But that's kind of the hope, is that if they go hard, they go expensive. I don't often paint texture paint. Yeah, texture paint. I don't know how it's gonna go. This is probably very much the wrong brush for this. Let's get a bigger brush. Peachy! It has been a tick. Hello, family, fam. Let's do the shout outs. Peachy is my cousin. Actually, I say cousin by contract, and she also does the art, not Warhammer, but what is the command slash shout out? I am doing great. I am so I was actually, I don't know if you heard, I got hit with a sledgehammer of the flu like the day after Christmas, day after we were all together. Uh and I was sick for 3 weeks solid. So no streaming, working on near nothing, and as of last week, I'm now back in it. That's why, and just as I'm getting out of being sick, I get offered a huge web dev contract that involves a lot of me studying before the contract even starts. So I've been like dead to the world besides streaming. Streaming is the only time I interact with other people currently. So that's the explanation of my absence. I am streaming, studying, or caring for the weak flesh I am entombed within. Yeah, yeah. No, I was dead to the world and then dead to the world, just for different reasons. Papa Nurgle visited me. Yeah, no, he came and hung out. Like we just sat and chatted for a while, and he was just like throwing up on me the entire time. Yeah, no, it was pretty rough. Like there were totally days I just literally did not leave my bed or even leave consciousness, actually. But I'm good now. I'm all good. The flu this year was no joke. It was. I've heard a bunch of other people had, and yeah, it was pretty similar. Messed you up pretty bad too. Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. It got a bunch of my family actually. Some of them just had the cold, and then my mom got like the same thing I did, and yeah, it was fun. Yay! Yeah, this is about as disgusting as I thought it would be. I hope Venom enjoys it. Well, yeah, so 140 points for Squad 5 Warp Towns. I guess it came down in price a little bit. I think I did hear that Vanguard Vets basically didn't move, which makes sense because they were really good. Got hit with the sinus stuff, and that's about it. Lucky you. I had extreme fatigue that never left all 3 weeks. Like a lot of my other symptoms went up and down and swapped places. The fatigue never left. Chills, dizziness or like pre-dizziness. I don't know how to explain it. The first like 3-4 days were like intense body aches. I thought oh, they have this on the song too. All right, let me jump this next song. Um, like body-wide body aches, like the whole thing. Like my toes ached. My ribs were a nexus of pain for like the first 3-4 days. Then it was kind of mostly just a really bad fatigue and a little bit of coughing and a little bit of sinus stuff. And then the last week, the cough got really bad, and I couldn't sleep for like a week. Like I slept for like 2 hours a day for a solid week before I finally got over it all. With some help from one of my web dev clients, is an aromatherapist, sent me some tinctures, and that stuff just rolled right through it. And turns out she was right. I was an idiot for not contacting her like immediately. Worse was the chills and the hot flashes. I actually didn't get much in the way of hot flashes. Hot flashes would have been nice considering that where I am it's usually cold like all the time. The maybe it's why I didn't notice the hot flashes. It was just basically me feeling like normal for a little bit. But yeah, I am back in now, streaming full time and web dev studying and soon to be actual developments, like full stack, full time simultaneously because I'm an insane person with bills. Fair, I hated them because I couldn't miss work, and in the middle of working a double, I would just pour sweat. Oh no, yeah, yeah. Basically, it took me less than 12 hours to realize on between Monday and Tuesday. I was like, I'm not streaming this week. Nope, that's not happening. It's like some of this is painting, and a lot of this is also just entertainment. I need to be sociable, or what is the point? And fun fact, I actually ride the line between introvert and extroverted. I can kind of slide into either a little bit, omniverted or whatever it's called. So like if I'm not feeling good, I just can't. I'm not doing social if I don't feel good. It just yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Now if I feel good, yes, I can be very social. But if I don't feel good physically, it's pretty brutal on me to try to be social. I need more paint. I am out of paint. This I'm looking down at it now. This is disgusting. Sure, sure. But how are you doing, Peachy? How's the streaming? How's the fam? Well, we'll put a pause on talking about me for a little bit. That sounds encouraging. What are they? Have they truly lost their mind? Has the plague sent them into the full realms of madness? I'm assuming forever at this point. Oh no. Well, you'll be happy to know you'll be rebuilding a little bit. I'm rebuilding now. I was actually starting to make decent money right before Christmas, and I am barely making anything now. Like, no. Hi, I will hide here for bed. You got it, former. Don't worry. I offer sanctuary from the cops. I'll do it. I'm chaotic good. Watch me care. International cops, even more so. But no, it's good. My new schedule is working. Saturdays are great. Getting some new regulars. I was making fun of French and I was scolded for it. Uh, how dare they take French seriously? Seriously. Although, really, my take is why take anything seriously? Joke about everything. That shows that you are able to play with bad, like serious topics. It shows a level of mastery to be able to joke about things and add humor. Joke and play act. Do it. Become friends with your worst fears. I'm waiting for France to apologize for Munich. Munich. I feel like I should know that. I feel like that's ringing in the back of my head. Brief summary? They betrayed our country to the Nazis? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm right there with you. Appeasement's stupid. Someone starts rattling their saber, you beat them over the head with their own saber. That's how you handle that. That's my official stance on. Someone wants to try to play big tough guy, you beat him over the head. What's that? You want the check? No. Oh, you're gonna invade it? Punch. It's either that or be isolationist. Like choose one. You can't sit in the middle. That's weak. That's weak sauce. Yeah. No, it's totally accurate. I'm right there with you. Good, he says. Oh, is this like a test of loyalty here? All right. How disgusting does this look? Yeah, pretty disgusting. I'm for it. All right. I'm gonna re brown the accident, and this will be good, and we'll go back to actual normal painting that's supposed to look good. Ugh. It looks beautiful. Great. I just tuned into the music again finally. I would kill you, but it's frowned upon in all 50 states. So that's actually not true. There is a small segment of weird overlap in the Yellowstone National Park between Idaho and I want to say it's South Dakota. There's a weird bit of overlap where it's actually a no man's land where there are no actual laws applied. So, fun fact for you: if you wanna get away with murder in the U.S., there is a spot you can technically do it in. Also, while we're remaining political, this song was written about the Republicans. Same with the ocean. I think once you're a certain amount of miles from the coast, yeah, I think that sounds right. Like there are international water laws, but yeah, it gets kind of weird when you're in like the deep ocean. For the record, by the way, I am not a lawyer. Do not take anything I say as actual legal advice. Quick disclaimer there. I have no legal training. I just watch a lot of weird stuff on YouTube. Me either. Trust me on nothing. Yeah, right. You know what you can trust me on? Paint. That's about it. We proved yesterday you can't even trust me on 40k stats because I misremembered what the Iron Hand super doctrine was. I thought it was reroll ones to hit on heavy weapons. That's actually Imperial Fists on bolter weapons. Iron Hands is you can move and shoot heavy weapons without penalty, which is still very good, but very different in application. Man, imagine if Raven Guard had. Yeah, it's still really good. It's still like really good. because we were talking about an Iron Hand. Were you there, Wing, for Zophiana's insane Gravis list? That list is disgusting. that good lord, the Anti-Kythera? Okay. To the wiki we go. Because, yeah, I never heard that. I thought, former, you must just always have a tab open on me. You used all your points yesterday and you were already back at 1,000? Good lord. And that was a late in yesterday's stream, too. That wasn't even, like, early on. Well, hold on. First, 40k. Anti-Kythera. Oh, wait. Is that the ship that had the AI? Oh, wait. No, this is not even 40k. Oh, wait. No, no, no. No, there's a Reddit post about it. What is this? Built a perfect copy of the Anti-Kythera, which apparently is a real thing. A device that allows one to navigate through the warp without a need for navigators, according to some kind of Reddit post. But there's a bunch of stuff about the Anti-Kythera. Planetary motion in the Anti-Kythera mechanism was accurate to within 1 degree of 500 years. Mechanism includes hands or pointers from Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, all of which are easily visible in the sky, as well as a rotating ball that showed the phases of the moon. Actual Anti-Kythera mechanism. Oh, have a good lurk, PG. Thank you. I fell asleep during your stream. That's funny. Okay, so the Anti-Kythera mechanism was an ancient Greek hand-powered orrery discovered in 1901, created in roughly the 2nd century BC during the Hellenistic age. And I suppose in 40k, Perturabo made a similar device that allowed one to travel through the warp without the need for navigators, which is pretty epic, actually. As a relic made by Perry would allow people to travel through the warp. Yeah, but it was warpy, so he destroyed it in your face, Magnus. Dude, this is one of the reasons why Perturabo might be my favorite. Like, he's definitely one or two in my favorite Chaos Primarchs. Magnus is up there as well. Just because I see a lot of myself. I have so many Discord pings all of a sudden. Why do I have so many Discord pings within like 3 minutes? And they're all on different servers. That's a rough question. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Fascinating. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get my camera back up. Okay. Sai. Heck you, Sai. Kurz is best. Kurz is kind of dumb. I understand you're an Ailer player. Kurz is kind of dumb. All he had to do was be like, maybe my visions aren't perfectly accurate. Maybe it's a possibility. All he had to do, and he could have come out so different. Like Conrad's better than Corvus and he was better Corvus than Corvus. No, he was dumb for that reason. Because he is psychotic. That's what he's better. Yeah. Ended up being bedridden all day yesterday from a wicked migraine. Sad. Oh, that sucks. I am sorry you had to deal with that. I think this guy's now officially done. I think old Pink Eye's saga is complete. He is one part Fire Fist, one part Nerf gamer. And this is how it should be. And he is clearly playing on some kind of No Man's Sky planet that's bright purple. So this is the monstrosity that Venom will get whenever he sends me shipping information. And with that, all CFC progress will now be made on the on the guy up there as the community demands. Timmy Ace. Timmy for the Nerf gun, Ace for the Fire Force. Well, he was already aimed old One Eye a long time ago. What you can do, though, Sai, is if you want, you can make another guy's gun a Nerf gun and then name him Timmy Ace before anyone else gives him a name. That's the whole thing with like a bunch of like going through a bunch of models. Is everyone can do their stupid ideas on it. No. But dude, you have so much custom map money now. You got to use it on something. All right, onto the ancient. So we got to do the back of his head armor, which I am not looking forward to. Which actually I think no, I have to go through all those steps. This is just going to be annoying. And then we go up the arm and into the pole, and yeah. Into random stocks and stuff? Okay. I mean, come on. If you're going to waste your money, you could have done it on me. You're only in my stream all the time. But no, I'm all, disclaimer, I'm happy to have anyone in my stream for whatever. Hang out as you wish. Add to things as you wish. Not ramp a lot onto. I just spread out a lot. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I suppose I can't talk. I currently have my current strategy with Forex is I have the same bot going on 6 different Forex currency spreads. Currency pairs, I mean. And the idea is that if any one of them gets stuck in like the bot's trade, like just hanging out, the others are working. And it's all extremely low risk, but high quantity. Low risk, low return, high quantity type. It's bucket of dice method. I'm doing like orc trading, orc style trading. Like each trade gets between like 30 and 50 cents right now on like a increasing incremental basis based on the size of my account. And if it goes too far in the wrong direction, it pulls out at roughly $10. $10 loss. But when it gets into a good flow for that kind of scalping trading, it hits it. I've seen up to 20 times in a single several hour consolidation, and that's on a single currency pair. So we'll see how that does for a while. My Coca-Cola stock always makes me some money, not a lot, but always some. Yeah, there you go. I'm too high for this right now. Stop being high. Raw dog life. I don't have a problem with weed, actually. For anyone that doesn't know me already. I just mostly, for the most part, raw dog life. I do like drinking, though. The indie fun stuff. Did I tell you how to lay the last sci-fi game I ran with? No. Did I tell you that last night I was actually awake for a little while, going back to think about how my cleric game, they're still being dumb about it, and it's keeping me up at night now? Because they're gonna kill my 6-year-old cleric character. Even though I'm the white mage, and you don't disagree with the white mage. Like, what part of I can't cast Revivify right now do you not understand? And we are level 11s and like a level 15 NPC traveling with a level 2 NPC that is and has been in combat already several times in this mission. And we can't leave the mission. Stop and take a nap. Good lord. It's not that hard. I need to see if I have any spells that would make them feel safer about us staying there. No revivify means charge. No! I have thousands of gold worth of diamonds on me to ensure that this is never a problem. Until they pushed progress to the point where I have no spells left. Actually, I have some spells left, but they're level 2 and below. I wrote like 4 pages of content of prep. That was your first mistake. I probably got through about 1.5 pages and spent the rest of the session plotting, executing a complicated heist on a local casino to hack into their systems, deep within their infrastructure, and get info of what games are going to be winners for digital slots, stuff like that. Went in with like 60 credits and made out with over 3,000 credits. That is dope. That is baller. Baller. That's uh that's amazing. I'm gonna turn myself down a little bit. I just realized I am red peaking quite a bit right now. Last time I put casino into the starting tile, yeah, that was your first mistake. No, that was your second mistake. First mistake was writing a bunch of prep. It was such an amazing session. They had a great time. Good. The one thing I got right was turning the camera on. Everything after that was a mistake. No, I had just the right amount of prep done. I got through a page and a half in about 1 hour. This is such a catchy song, even though I don't relate to the lyrics at all right now. I am fine with where I am right now. It's not the best, and I could be doing a little bit better in a few ways, but I am making progress, so I'm good. Last game I played, there was some big evil dude, as you'd expect. We were supposed to fight, as you do, and him escape, but I just burned the building down and made my GM mad. You know what? If we don't get the kill, no one gets their toys. Dude, I'm a freak and I'm proud of it. My nose is already going nuts. Why? Why is it still a problem? Okay, when I say 4 pages of prep, 1 page is a map and a list of areas, and then there's a creature sheet for an enemy. Okay, so that's not 4 pages. 4 pages, jeez. Right. White scars highlight, and then that bit is done. Thank God. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about being about to start the last model in this commission. It's weird. It feels weird. I've been working on this commission so long it's become like a point of psychosis. Yeah, thousands of hours. Like, I'm not joking. I was tracking the hours at one point and I stopped and it was somewhere around like 800 hours, I think. I haven't gone back and fully like perfectly calculated, but yeah, at one point I was like, I'm like not even halfway through this, and this is already an obscene amount of time. Like, if I had priced this correctly, this commission should be like 20 grand. No, I did not make anywhere near that much money. but it's fine. That's on me. However, it did have the other benefit of this kind of helping make a name for me on Twitch in a way. I am now like the guy with the amazing weight and the guy that isn't insane enough to take any commission in theory. I'm tempted to commission a Cars model just to watch you build no instructions. I do it. I do it. Here's the thing. In reality, like I am I am very capitalist slash mercenary. If you pay my price, I will do anything with a paintbrush and hobby tools. Anything in regard to models before Sai goes DM on me and makes something really weird. Yeah. No, we've actually back in December, I want to say, we calculated what it would take for the community to commission me to build and paint really well a Warlord Titan. And it was something insane like that. It was something like 20 grand or something ridiculous. Like for me to buy the Titan, build it and paint it like really well, and it was something in five figures. So yeah, no, if someone wants to put up the money, I will get it done. It will happen. But you got to match my price. Unpopular opinion, my favorite Titan is the Warhound. I think it's reasonable. Mine is probably the little known Warmonger. Does anyone in chat even know what the Warmonger Titan is? Popular opinion, Warhammer sucks. That's not a popular opinion. The popular opinion is, what is Warhammer? The Warmonger is sick. Good, you know what the Warmonger is. The hardly ever mentioned other Imperator class Titan. You have the or Emperor class. Emperor class, you have the Imperator model, I want to say, and then the Warmonger model. Fair enough, yeah. No, it's not that Warhammer sucks, it's that people don't know what Warhammer is. And those are two very different things. Because then you show them what Warhammer is, and most of them are like, this is awesome. Currently trying to convince one of my buddies to get Project Zomboid to play with me. Popular opinion. What is Project Zomboid? I legit have no idea. I watched a dude build a 7-foot tall Warmonger Titan. Oh, that's awesome. Did he put the entire airstrip landing pad thing on the back? That's generally supposed to be there. That's one of the reasons I love it. It's supposed to be a super long range, like support class Titan, which is insane when you think about it. It's like the Earth Defense Force support class, where that's the support class that calls in uh orbital strikes and yeah, orbital lasers and artillery strikes and stuff that just friendly fire is not the danger, it's that it'll crash the game into desktop. That's the amount of firepower you're dropping as the quote unquote support class. It's complete insanity. Yeah, dude, well, that's amazing. Zombie survival game, very fun, focusing on realism. It's incredibly in-depth, but also super intuitive as everything makes sense. Crafting makes sense. Leveling makes sense. Doing anything just work logically how it would work realistically. I like that concept. I'm all for nuanced realism. I love nuanced realism. I like the idea that I am going to try to. I want to do this. I'm going to try to do this how I would think this would logically be done. Oh, hey, it works like that. Of course, it's a very difficult game because real life is difficult. I didn't say any of my games were easy. In fact, that's why when I was sick, I barely played any video games because none of the games I play are easy. They're at best complex and at worst like difficult, like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Neither of those games are actually hard, by the way, if you know how the games work. Them being difficult is kind of a myth. They're difficult until you understand the game. Then they're hilariously easy. Elden Ring the easiest actually. Elden Ring is by far the easiest from software game. By far. And that's because you're never stuck. You turn around, go somewhere else and level, and you can grind out levels without just flat out grinding, which is boring. Unlike Dark Souls 1, where I did a lot of grinding of the same dudes over and over again. Good lord. And its infinite replayability with challenges and different traits, it's also a Steam game. Hey, Cinderblock, how it goes, man? Infinite replayability with Steam game with huge mind community and even playing mod servers with friends incredibly easily. Easy. Interesting. How much is it? Wasn't there a corn demon who possessed a warmonger titan at one point? I don't remember that. Maybe? Maybe. Uh, $10? Fascinating. Hmm. Also, map is huge. Like you just hit subscribe on the mod, start multiplayer through Zomboids, just in-game menu, flick on the mod you want to serve, and anyone joins automatically subs and installs the mods you join and removes them magically. That's intuitive modding. I love it. I love intuitive modding like that. You know what other game had intuitive modding like that? This is from nowhere. Intuitive modding, Call of Duty 2, the original Call of Duty 2. You'd enter a server and it would just download the like modded packs that you were missing. It was so nice in that way. You could play the most insane zombie like matches with like modern or sci-fi guns with no effort at all. You're just like, "Oh, that's a zombie server. I'm going to join that zombie server." It was so great. Back when games were good. Hey guys, you remember that? Remember when back when games were good? Before modern gaming happened? Thanks, Horse Armor. Actually, I'm fine with Horse Armor. The problem was whenever they started adding stuff to change the game. Love Zomboid. Dude, everyone loves Zomboid. I'm just hearing about this game now. What is this? How am I only hearing about it now? Like takes IRL 8 hours to drive from one corner of the map to the other with the fastest car with zombies turned off and roads cleared. Dude, that's a big map. Alright, give me a sec. I gotta clear my news. Define top-downish. Are we talking like Diablo style top-downish? Because like I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of don't like a lot of I have a hard time playing a lot of games with that kind of camera setup. Like that's why I have like 1400 hours in The Binding of Isaac with that one type of camera setup, but like I don't own Hades. I don't know, something about the Diablo style. I've not played Warhammer Total War. Very Diablo 2 type camera. I don't know, I'll take a look at it. I don't know, it's the camera setup is weird to me. Here's the map. Not the prettiest game. I shall peek the map. Good lord. This is that is disgusting. This map. I started zooming in on a building. Okay. Alright, alright. I will check it out later. At some point. I'll check it out later. I don't know if it's gonna be super soon, but I'll check it out soon. A server of 30 players and never see each other once. Dude, that sounds like No Man's Sky. I already have like 100 hours in there, and I've never run into another person that's not in like the people hub. the players hub. How you doing, Cinder? It's been a tick. I don't know if have I seen you since I got back last week? I don't remember. But there's only 3 small towns in spawning without mods. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. There were like 3 main locales, like New Denver or something like that. Majority of the time, most people who play multiplayer just play with a group of friends all working together. The missions you and the boys can pull off when you get 6 dudes all stashed into a battle bus pulling up on a prison or something. Nice. Okay, so I don't have gaming friends right now, just flat out. So that's a thing. However, seeing that everyone seems to love Zomboid in here, maybe we can turn that into a community thing. I will think about it. That may have to wait till after this giant contract, which still hasn't even started yet. I don't know what's going on, but it's giving me more time to recover a little bit more from being sick and to study more. So I guess that's good. But like, good lord, would someone start the contract already? Just give us the go so I can do it and get it done and move on with my life. But anyway, I can see that being a community thing that might happen at some point. I wish Urk Death Stream record because of cinematic moments. Single player is just entertaining. I'll play zombie whenever for free. Good man currently starring at 40. Unpaid. Currently staring at. Sorry, just couldn't read for a second there. Because, why would my brain function? 40 unpaid guards on my desk. Going to start on that project as soon as I'm done with work. Nice! It's a group like Wom, Wombat Combat. That's not how you spell Wombat. I'm going to assume it's spelled wrong. Wombat Combat Prime Urkdad. Those are the mini painters, at least. Oh, nice, nice. I think I've heard of these people. I don't remember if I've been in their streams, but I've definitely heard of these people. I should have probably started with painting all their stuff like I usually do in this arm, but you know what? Screw it at this point. It's the last bit of straight white armor in this style I am painting for the white scars. I'm not gonna say ever because I have started using this white paint method on my Raven Guard because it is very clean looking and good looking, but this is the last of it like this. Big deal for me. It's a big emotional deal. I'm probably gonna have to fix the fingers several times after paying the pull, but we'll deal with that then. Anyway, I think you raid Urkdad once. I might have. Wombat might have been in that one shot you played with me. Oh, maybe. I don't remember any other names to be honest. Oh, Sunday Pallet sees his first proper campaign, so that's fun. With some other new, like completely new players to the campaign because we lost a couple. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm so excited to play him as actual Terminator. Like, nice guy Terminator. Dude, I can't believe how strong he is. I can't. Like, he is so. Yeah, make an actual war robot as a D&D character and then make him a bard that paints stuff. It's just. Like, he'd be such a brutal fighter. And I'm like, nah, he uses a paintbrush and he casts support spells. Because screw you. Because that's what I want to do. I was so happy to roll those stats so well. Anyway, so I was going to talk about something else a second ago. What was it? Oh, hey, Concrete. I've got an obscene list for you that was presented to me yesterday, and then I improved? Question mark. Alright, so I'm gonna decide for a custom cast lord. Chain glaive and plasma pistol, or chain glaive and something else. I think plasma pistol's pretty good. I don't see a problem with plasma pistol. Like, you already have another guy with power axe and hand flamers, so I mean, you know. Sunday, the campaign where evil stuff keeps happening. We have focused. We have somehow. Why I say focus? We have somehow found ourselves leading an evacuation of the city to the next town over due to dragon threat, and all of us are thinking of doing something like forcing all these people to be our subordinates or something like that. When these like 60 plus townsfolk are isolated at the first point between towns, nothing can save them from. Man, none of my parties would ever be cool at that. I play with so many like only good guy parties. I do someday. I forgot to do the first round of shitting around and stuff, and I do want to someday play an evil camp, like an evil one shot or mini campaign. But nah. The closest I get is like chaotic neutral, and not like stupid chaotic neutral. I mean like reasonable chaotic neutral, or even like neutral for that matter. Vast majority of guys end up chaotic good. It's like it's like my ultimate power fantasy. It's like that meme. My ultimate power fantasy is being able to help everyone. That's my ultimate power fantasy. Ultimate power fantasy. I am the hero. I do all the good things. I make people's lives better. Oh wait, hey, I'm kind of doing that. Sweet. Okay. We already got one barbarian as subordinate. May as well clap in our 40 or so on. I'm sure we might have to nuke a few of them to push the point forwards. No, you just use actual leadership. Be like, hey, we got a reason to fight. Fight with us. My favorite's still a true neutral party. But what does a true neutral party even do, though? You got nothing pushing you forward. We can use them as fodder or servants for any real non-combat need. I like the idea of the party having leadership over a large group of people, but that's like real leadership, not you know, use of force outside of dealing with criminal acts is a failure in leadership as far as I'm concerned. What most people need is just a purpose. Give them a direction, and if they are unable to choose one for themselves, and they'll run. And thank you for it. But the direction needs to be something that is clearly in their benefit or their family's benefit. Like I don't know why everyone finds leadership so friggin' hard. Basic psychology, really. There's a lot of chat going on. I'll catch up in a second here. Or that might be one of my timers. It's one of my timers is the main bit. Okay. Uh Depends on circumstances can be good if there's a large external threat. It would be misguided leadership built off lies to see. I figured that's what you're going off. Or evil if the king is a dick. Yeah. An example of my players choosing a direction for themselves was to immediately turn to organized crime after space station they worked on blew up. Oh, jeez. Oh, everyone we knew from work is dead and our workplace gone? Well, may as well start in the deep end. Yeah. Heisa Casino, yeah. Call me crazy, but I just prefer more long-term sustainable means of massive profit and power uh, power gain or competence gain, if you will. Speaking of all this, actually, speaking of material gain and stuff, I threw a new video in the motivation channel on the Discord. Highly recommend. Very good. Will cost you about 2 hours of your time, but will gain you a much more optimistic outlook on the world based on data. Same with the one above it. Actually, watch the one above it first. The whole thing will cost you about 4 hours, but you will walk away being like, you know what? World's a pretty good place. I like it. Let's go. Let's get better. Let's do even better because we've done so good so far. I have faith in humanity. I'm not even being sarcastic. I'm being like straight up real. That'll be your walk away. All right, here we go. Yeah, let me finish my little snippets, and then I will read chat. Okay. Now I'm facing a tough decision as a DM of, and help me on this. Do I A, enforce the plot and get them to track down with an overarching storyline I've begun writing, or B, do I scrap the plot and let the party establish their own plot through their actions over the next few sessions? Uh how far into the plot have you gotten? Like, do you have do you have an endpoint already figured out, or are you just figuring out as you go as well? If you're also figuring out as you go, then you maybe see how they do figuring out on only the initial event. Okay, here's what I would do, right? I would do B for a little while and see how they do, and if they're struggling to figure out their own plot, then start pushing some plot. Not necessarily railroad, but like give them some pretty meaty hooks to latch on to. You know what I mean? That would be my that'd be my approach. Because I think some parties do just fine completely left on their own in a relatively open world environment. You know what I mean? But you might not know if they're one of those yet. And I really was struggling to figure out a unique plot that wasn't stereotypical. Universe has had a hard reset every billion years from some dire enemy. You know, the Halo Mass Effect plot. Yeah, yeah. I just threw my brush on the ground. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let them move their own plot forwards. Yeah, and then see, if when they start struggling to figure out what they're doing, give them some momentum. I do think I fixed the music. I think the problem was I expanded my 4x stuff, and now I have it on the other machine. Yeah, I have it over. I don't know if the camera can see this. Not really. A whole bunch of really complex financial crap. And now this computer doesn't have to deal with that. What do you mean it's hard to track the nanosecond changes between 6 different pairs of currencies on the world stage? What do you mean that causes a lot of processing power? I don't know what you're talking about. Processing and or internet connection. No way. Give them anime hate, like, to their core. Well, kind of already tried that. It didn't really sink in. Like, their job and all their coworkers got blown up, like, immediately before, and their first thought is, I'm a heist a casino. Because that casino heist did cause an accidental deal with a security guard. The Haywire spell has a chance to cause an illogical search to the user, and it caused enough damage unlikely to kill the guard watching the cameras. The one who's responsible is hanging back into the casino alone next session. He doesn't realize there's some camera footage of him snooping around his cots that makes him the prime suspect. Ooh. Well, there you go. Consequences for their actions. I think that's great to make, to push them forward on their own thing, make them deal with the world. Good stuff. What does your player characters care about? Money, apparently. Because it went from our work got blown up, so let's heist the casino, like, next day. So apparently money is one of the primary motivators here. Heist casino. You son of a bitch, oh man, yeah. Oh, Cinder, you're back. Tell me when you're free for a few minutes, because I want to tell you about Zofiana's list. Because it's gross and hilarious and awful, and I love it. The moment he enters is going to be police piling in, checking out the buy infos before discovering who they're looking for. Money, yeah, they want to buy laser rifles. He's corrupted customs officer that will go for their money. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, let me know when you're free, man. And then go hunting to plant some mega fauna, like 60-foot tall boar type deal. Oh, man. Get a full monster hunter on this. To get trophies from them, like horns and tusks, sell them on a black market to repair the ship. This is actually not a terrible plan, honestly. Like, it's actually fairly decently formulated. Heist casino, buy rifles, hunt megafauna, sell high value scavenge, repair ship, leave. Like, I've definitely heard worse plans for similar situations. This new guard codex is nasty. I have heard. Trust me, I have heard. Not like super details, but I have definitely heard that it is quite insane. Oh no, I didn't want that there. So I already written the plot up to that point on their own. Yeah, okay, so they seem like kind of fine to just be free agents. So I'd kind of just let them continue to be free agents, and you focus on figuring out the consequences of their actions, positive and negative, you know? Yes, I am headbanging to a rock cover of a Moana song. Bite Me. It's a good song. This is Moana, right? Where's this from again? Pretty sure Moana. Anyway, it's a banger. My plan was when they were talking to the dude at the meeting, he would be assassinated, kicking the plot into high gear. But in like 4 hours downtime, I gave them before that meeting. All this happened was established before talking to the dude. So when I did talk to him at the end of the session, so much change, I just didn't have the session to go through. Yeah, you're right. It's 100% the plan. Now I'm gonna let them do the thing. Yeah, yeah. Until they start like just floundering. If they're this proactive, just focus on consequences, man. Like give yourself a break. Let them and enjoy their thing. Like how much less prep do you have to do if you only have to deal with like, okay, they did this last session, so then this happens. Okay, great, done. You know? Maybe have a couple other side things happening in the background that they could run into bits and pieces of and then decide if they're going to interact with. Just to keep the world feeling like it's like complex and real. But I mean, besides that, like, just let them run. Let your children run free. But now I got planned to prep a prison or at least a holding cell in a police station in case he gets caught. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's super complicated, really. Figure out some basic security measures that match the technology at hand. And you can actually use that to show how authoritarian the local police forces are. Is like holding cell like just like a modern day like jail cell, or is where you can walk around and stuff, or is it a uh like a stasis chamber where like you just stay there completely inert, can't do anything, you're not even really awake until they're ready to process you. Which who knows how long that could be. You could just be in stasis for, 1,000 years, who cares? And on top of that, on top of that, I got prepped this whole megafauna thing in case he slips out really early or changes his mind on going back to casino at all. Now, pretty humane here, fairly jolly people by default. Okay, well, there you go. Well, then you could just make it like modern like modern holding jail cell, where it's just, concrete room with iron, steel bars, iron bars, whatever. The town the party is in, and specifically a tourist city, like stun rounds and modern holding cells. Yeah, yeah, not that complicated. It's not like you're dealing with the Empire in oh, I already forgot the name of the show. The new Star Wars show. That's actually pretty good. What was its name? It's the name of the guy. Of course, that's why I can't remember, because it's the name of the guy. Like, jeez. Uh, New Star Wars show. Andor. It's not like the Empire in Andor. And the Empire in Andor is actually pretty brutal. It's actually a great show of how the Empire actually was. Like, it's actually a really good show. Andor, yeah, yeah, thank you, Cinderblock. Yeah, Andor's actually really good. Watch it. Like, way better than Obi-Wan. I didn't mind Obi-Wan. There were some dumb parts in it, but like I didn't really mind as far as like setting up the relationships of the various characters for episode 4. But like Andor is actually really good. And I hope there's more seasons of it. Okay, I think it's the highlighting. Time to do itch highlighting. Yo, I'm feeling that today. Today, good day. Feeling the music, feeling the vibe. It good. Turns around. Oh man, Former's about to get real dizzy. Okay, I see the line. I see the line. Obi-Wan was fine. There was a lot of potential with the Inquisitors. I feel like they could have tapped into better. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like they. Okay, here's the problem, right? The Inquisitors could have been really cool, but for them to have been really cool, they would have actually had to have been competent. But here's the thing: they weren't competent, and they never could have been because of their baseline philosophy is bad and dumb. Their philosophy makes it impossible for them to be competent because they actively encourage going against orders, in mutinying against fellow officers, and just going rogue. Like that one chick killed her commanding officer. The officer survived, actually, the attempt. Spoiler alert. And she was given leadership of the entire organization briefly until she screwed up. The whole system is stupid. The only reason the Inquisitors worked, period, is because they were effectively the hunting dogs for Vader, who was very efficient at killing Jedi. All they had to do was flush a Jedi out in the open. If they were too strong for the Inquisitors and their whole interceding bickering, no, they didn't fumble for her. That's exactly how it worked. That's how it always worked. That's how it always worked in the Inquisitors. That's what I mean. That's how the Sith work. That's the thing. They're Sith. They're mini Sith. But the Sith are stupid because of this. All the Inquisitors did was flush Jedi out into the open so Vader could finish them off. And they could do only that. Weak Jedi they occasionally picked off, but in reality, it was all Vader. Vader was super good. The problem is just Sith as an organization. So Sith individually are dangerous. Sith as an organization are stupid and dumb. They'd never work. At least like the modern Sith basis. Ancient Sith worked better, but not by that much. They still had a really large problem scaling because, and we keep coming back to this because so much of it in modern day is kind of like based on one or the other. It's like the same as Marxist doctrine. They see power as the primary hierarchy, and it's not, it's competence. But Sith are all about power. Power, 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 power. Power is corruption. Power is a hierarchy going bad, is going rogue. Uh, Tyranny, basically, is a hierarchy going rogue. If you are competent, you don't need tyranny. You just do your thing correctly, and stuff works, you know? Constant backstabbing to be the head Sith. Right. That's not a good hierarchy, you know? Sorry, basically a squat mindset. No, I have white pilled mindset. It's not even yellow pill. It's not even capitalism pill. It's because it actually works when you dig into the psychology of it and psychology of how humans work. Guess what, guys? Humanity was set up to function biologically, else we wouldn't have gotten to this point. And that tells you two things. Our hierarchies work when left alone, and the average human, not the outlier psychopaths, which we know they exist for sure. We know what they look like, how they function. And it's usually between 1 and 5%, so hovering around 3% at any given time. Humans lean towards good. They lean towards wanting to contribute and uh, do right by themselves and their fellow man. Look at children. Children see the average child by themselves, right? They want to help. They want to help people. They want to see other people have a good time. And what happens to most people is they get bitter over life because right now a lot of stuff is, well, I mean, no, not right now, just period. Life's hard. Life's a lot easier than it used to be, but life's still pretty hard. Maybe don't look at children. Side going helicopter mom over here. No, you want a baseline template of how a human is. You look at default humans. Alright, that's the white armor. We now have a skull on there, which will stick with the... Do we want to stick with the brass of the single skull, or do we want to go... Maybe all the single skulls are brass and only that one's silver. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll keep it with brass. And then we got, From there we'll go into the poll and we'll consider that as part of it. We'll just do all the pure seals at once. Which actually a lot of pure seals and the skeleton we do at the same time, which actually means we should actually do the brass of that first. Okay. Alright. So in which case we could do that at the same time as the other thing. Lead belch, here it is. I'm sure that made sense. I'm sure that made sense. Perfect sense. Nothing weird about that monologue right there about paint sequence. Anyway, summary. Inquisitors are dumb. Individual Inquisitors might get some work done, but by and large, as an organization, they were pretty bad, and they were worse the more of them you had together. They scaled very poorly. Which, if something scales poorly, then it's probably not a good thing you should continue with. Bossius Andor, very good. Watch Andor. Actually, the more I think about it, that's one of the things I think that makes Andor great. It's very politically incorrect, actually. I'm not going to explain how right now. Watch the show and you'll understand. It's great. The show's great. Good stuff. Builds on the darker sides of the rebellion. It does, actually. I really like that. I like how they're showing that. So, like, when we come in on episode 4, right? Like, you watch the original Star Wars, and it's called the Rebel Alliance. And I think most people never even questioned that name. But now this shows why it was called the Alliance. There were a bunch of, at times, even at odds, rebellious factions that all had different ideologies and leaders and power levels and everything else. And most of them were mostly just floundering. They teased us, right, right. They teased it in Rogue One because you met one of them. You know what else I like about Andor? Andor showing how brutal the Empire actually was finally fixes one of the biggest problems I had with the original trilogy. And that was, according to what you saw in the original trilogy, the rebels were the bad guys. The Jedi and the rebels are the bad guys. The Empire was fine based on what we saw. Because the only times things got stupid with the Empire, as far as a governmental whatever, was when the Sith were involved. Everything else was like, and we saw that in Solo for the most part. It's like whenever Vader or Palpatine got involved, stuff got pretty bad. But like for the most part, people just lived their lives. And then when the rebels came in, they destroyed the first Death Star, and it caused a massive, massive galactic level depression, economic depression, because that was millions of jobs. And then when they destroyed the second Death Star, that actually killed a ton of civilians. There were a bunch of civilian contractors on that at the time of the battle. And all of that tax money as well into both of them. Because weirdly enough, Star Wars does galactic level scaling of economy and everything else very poorly. In reality, we could probably build a Death Star with the economy we will make before we even properly leave the solar system, and it wouldn't even be that hard. Star Wars is kind of weird like that. But anyway, but unless we discover FTL like pretty soon, we're gonna still be mostly in the solar system and be able to just pump out Death Stars and like not even care. Death Star wasn't that crazy. But anyway. So yeah, when you destroy the first Death Star, that immediately dunks the galactic economy into depression. Film Theory had a whole video about this. It was pretty good. But now with Andor, we see that the Empire kind of screws with everything it touches, which it didn't really before. So now we can look at Andor and be like, nope, the Empire are the bad guys. Like they are totalitarian and overbearing and Big Brother. I spent 5 minutes looking for my clippers and they were right in front of me. Yep, that that'd be how it be. Oh, I just saw the potty break you gave me wing an hour ago. Thank you for that. Speaking of not seeing stuff right in front of you, read your message. Read the activity feed right beneath it 1 hour ago. Wait, what? Excuse me? To be clear, by the way, while I say the Sith are really dumb, I also think the Jedi are really dumb and net negative for the galactic community. Like, oh, let's just kidnap children based on eugenics, basically. Force them into a cult where they're told to develop no emotional attachments and then go police the galaxy as a rogue entity not actually connected with the government. Like, excuse me, what? Say what now? Additionally, they do their policing and it would just force conflicts that should be just done and taken care of to continue on for at times millennia longer than they should have. Like good relationship advice. If you and your partner need to have a fight, have out the fight. Don't let sit in the background to keep the peace. It will just get worse. Oh, hey, the Jedi did that on like civilization scales over and over again. Like, really, what? Let's raise second person no emotion, expect them to stay good. Yeah, that too. And then let's give them magic powers and swords that cut through everything at the same time. Like, are you kidding me? Who thought this was a good idea? Oh, better yet, and they use those swords stupid. Lightsaber styles are super dumb. You know how they should be using those things? Like rapier fencers. Because they cut through everything. You don't need power behind the stroke at all. You can just hit him with the tip and there goes like body parts flying. Like, really? Your size molding and seething, which means I'm right. A super realistic YouTube video on actual lightsaber combat. The one by Corridor Digital, right? That one was pretty good. Or just turn them off and back on, swings to can't block. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. I've seen this Corridor Digital one. That's pretty good, but that's still based on their original forms, which are based on Chinese sword combat. But here's the thing: lightsabers are not swords. I've seen videos of actual sword masters look at lightsabers and be like, they should be using them like rapiers. You get maximum range out of it and you don't need any power behind the stroke. You need zero power. Zero power. You can just spin it around, and cut people up. You didn't know. You don't even need to focus on thrusts necessarily, like with rapiers, because that's where you get the most uh, penetrative power. Because you do need power for a sword blade to puncture clothes and flesh and everything. Lightsabers don't have that requirement. Like fighting styles are based on solving problems. Like how do we penetrate knight armor? Warhammers. Small square blocks, like, literally like this big, that punch through armor and skulls no problem. You solve the problems of the day. If there's next to nothing that can block lightsabers, then why are you getting so close to them, putting yourself at risk, and using so much of your body's energy? Additionally, even more so, a rapier actually takes a lot of arm strength and wrist strength to use because it's heavy and the weight is all the way down. The lightsaber's weight is 100% in the hilt. The blade is zero weight. Even more so, at full arm length. Because you get way more out of it, even more. There's no reason why you should ever fight, like, say, Qui-Gon Jinn, for example, where he is in the person's face, throwing his back into the swings. What? No, I'm gonna stay away from you and your flashy weapon, and I'm going to tear you apart with the very end of my lightsaber. Give it for Jedi Hunter use normal style guns to counter Jedi. Yeah, I know, right? Happened in comics, monster screen. Dude, there's a Russian Badger quote. I love it. Uh it's the Mandalorians see the Jedi block blasters, so they go, "Oh yeah, deal with buckshot, blam." You call it like Slag Slug or something like that in Star Wars. Yeah, yeah. I love Star Wars, by the way. I love Star Wars, but so much of it is like really dumb and unrealistic. And that's why I play 40K and not Star Wars Legions. There is that in Star Wars and they're called slag throwers. I think they mess up Jedi based off whatever. Yeah. Yeah, because you have to use you have to use the force to stop them, but it's a bunch of like pellets. They're shotguns. They're shotguns. They're like straight up shotguns. I'm not joking. They're shotguns. Goku could take down the Emperor with a swift fart. Goku probably could take down the Emperor in a swift fart. That's not that's not a lie. Goku probably could. You know who else could take down the Emperor? The average Space Marine librarian. The average Space Marine codicier or lexicanum can take down the Emperor. I don't care. In his prime, yeah. Max, take the Emperor at his max power. Space Marine Librarian walks in, slams him into the ground with his bare hand, and walks out. Just smash. Who wins, Naruto and Boruto or Space Marine? I don't know Naruto, to be honest. I've seen the first like 4 or 5 episodes, and that's it. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea with Naruto. If I had to guess, probably still Space Marine. Near Clippers or Spur. How do people break Clippers? I've never. Have I broken a set of Clippers? Oh wait, I broke the original GW Clippers, but those were kind of crap to be honest. Get real like wire snips. Honestly, get like real wire snips. I probably should find where I got these and see if I can put them on the affiliate list. But like these are really good. The spring that opens just broke. Oh, mine like the blade broke. On the GW one, like this, like right here, it just cracked. I don't remember what I was trying to snip, but yeah. I feel like Naruto versus Space Marine Company would be a close fight. Not gonna lie. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I had no idea. Oh, there's metal pole going up into this skeleton. Oh, jeez. Okay, what do we got here? So we got this right here is more of the pole. Then in the pelvis is pole. That's gonna be fun to clean up later. And all of this stuff holding him on is gonna be metal. Or steel. I'm kind of thinking I go straight from the lead belcher to the Rune Lord brass, and then, what do you call it? Non oil all of it in one go. You know what? I'm gonna say no organization that I'm aware of in sci-fi that I am familiar with can stand up to a Space Marine Legion. Basically, would you be down to try Zomboid Lair tonight or something? Maybe I don't know. I don't know for sure what tonight will bring. I will also admit I have been craving to try to see if I can get a few more turns out of Sword of the Stars too. I actually got one turn out of it the other night. I was gonna play more of it last night, but it took me a while just to set up the second machine. Besides, me trying out the game tonight is like I would be beginning gaming between like midnight and 1 a.m. So those games where if you got a guide at least to start, super helpful. We shall see how things go. I make no promises. Active Madness. Has anyone seen the show this is from? The something hotel, says been a hotel or whatever? Is it worth a go? Has been a hotel? No, but I've seen a hell of a boss and liked it. It's maybe the same people. Oh, okay. Does anyone else with good taste have any opinions? Not. Okay, what is going on with this thing? Is that whole thing around a metal? It is. Okay. You know what? We'll do the outside of it steel, and we'll do the inside of it brass. That's my determination on that. It's gonna be a real fun dry brushing stuff and not getting it all over the friggin' metal. Yay. Hello Boss is so good. Alright. Where can I watch this stuff? I don't know if I've even seen it on the stuff I usually check. Like, is it on Netflix or... It's a YouTube series. Oh, it's a YouTube series. Really? It's on YouTube. Oh, okay. Well, that makes that easy. I'm all over it now. Dude, that's cool that a YouTube series got to like this point of where it pumping out original soundtracks and the original soundtracks again covers. Maybe Brendan and Roger, at least voiced by him. I don't know that guy. Hazmat Hotel is also a YouTube series, I believe. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I've seen the music video for this song, so I know what the animation looks like, which is fairly good looking. I like the animation style. So, sure. I have enjoyed stuff on the tip. Eh. Okay. I want to see someone do a cinema, not cinematic, but like a little, do a video of lightsabers used like a fencer and show how like utterly devastating that is. Now everyone should be fighting like fencers. Like the whole thing should look like a Three Musketeers movie or like The Princess Bride. That is realistic lightsaber combat. Dude, imagine how much easier it'd be to wipe through droids when you have flourishes that use your entire arm's length as like the norm. Yes, my mind is still stuck on that. Dude, imagine Wes from The Princess Bride with a lightsaber. Just imagine that. Or even uh how do you say his name? Akuya Montoya? That guy? That guy with a lightsaber. Imagine like both of them with lightsabers. Where's Former? Former would, I think, would agree with me because he like me has dealt with like actual medieval weapons and how weight is such a big deal. Weight and reach and like cutting angle and all that stuff. And how all of that goes right out the window when you're dealing with lightsabers. You don't have to worry about any of that. Lightsabers would be much better spears, you know? Yeah, what's the name of those like glaive things? The I have no idea what they're. I don't remember how to say them at all. The Japanese like long bladed spears, or even the Chinese long blade spears. Those things, the vibro blades. Well, that was like one of the only things that could block lightsabers were vibro blades. Nangata, something like that. Oh, that's the song. Yeah, like the Nangata things. Yeah, those as lightsabers would be epic. That'd be so awesome, dude. Let's get. Well, that's kind of what the idea. Naginata. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, wait. In Legends, wasn't there a couple people that used like super long shafted lightsabers? They don't use them quite like spears, but I mean, yeah, same concept. Just make them longer still. The only downside with that, though, is that sub potato. Uh, the only downside with that is you're giving up one of the biggest advantages of a lightsaber, which is that the blade has no weight, which is a really big advantage. Now, okay, I will give this. Uh, Qui-Gon's style did have one thing, which was, yeah, but range. I mean, yes, you'd get reach, but I mean, what are you making your shaft out of? Metal's a lot heavier than wood. Like, wood spear makes sense. Metal spear's a harder sell because it's a lot heavier. And the other thing is, like, in theory, you could block a lot of things with a spear. I mean, I suppose you can make it out of the same like the same vibro material, but can you hold the vibro material? Like, I don't really know how that works. Did Okay, I think YouTube crashed, but after a reasonable amount of time, like it usually does. I think I have effectively fixed the music. Yeah, no, that's about as long as it would normally take for it to crash. It has normally a hard time playing for a long period of time. Sure, we'll just let it go. Whatever. You need a command or point reward to stay close up of the CFC, or you could just ask. I can just. This guy's a lot easier because his profile's a lot smaller than the other guy. The other guy was a lot stretched out. Oh yeah, I finished the other guy. The other guy's been rebased, and it looks about as disgusting as I hoped. So this whenever Venom sends me his shipping information, he'll be getting this. Yes, I did even the trim as purple, because I am that kind of monster. Oh, I deactivated CFC remaining because it's basically the entire model. Like, the CFC remaining helps when we're actually kind of close to the end and you can't really tell what's left. But, like, the whole thing, whatever you want, basically, is available. If you want me to pull it up to, like, the camera and do, like, a quick way up like this, yeah, you just ask. This is for reference a plasma gun, so usually these coils would be glowing, and when for normal painting, anyway. Coils and the little gaps in here. What is this? Why does this look weird? I don't know. We'll paint over it, probably. You wouldn't really need a heavy material because it's carrying no other weight other than the handle. I mean, I suppose that's fair. The generator can be 100% in the front. Oh, you know what you could do? To make a good spear version? Yes, relatively light shaft, and then basically Kylo Ren's setup with the prongs. Perfect. Have I done all the metal on this? Like all the stuff I want steel? I think so. Yeah, because we're gonna make that stuff the dark iron I did on the front. Yeah, it's like the remember like the boar hunting spears, how they have like the hunting prods so the boar couldn't keep pushing down the shaft towards you? That kind of deal. That'd be perfect. Because supposedly Kylo Ren made those so like he could block with them with that corner bit, apparently. So yeah, no, the whole setup, like it's fine. It's good. All right, time for the biggest single color addition to this entire thing, which is all of this is about to be brass or whatever. Where's some whatever bloody color this is because it's not brass. It's like a bronze. Anyway, I don't know. The name on this really ticks me off. Is the point? It's even Bowser Hard Gold. It's nothing like gold. Auric Armor Gold is gold. Oh yeah, how you doing, Potato? How are things in the Potato Verse? We're gonna start by redoing down here as it got a little hit by some other stuff. I just keep hitting the camera. I just can't stop hitting the camera. I do need to figure out what I'm coloring the Crux Terminatus here as. Which is weird, by the way, that he has a Crux Terminatus here, but he doesn't have an influence save as far as I know. I'm doing pretty good, Potato. I'm feeling it today. Like, let's go. I'm ready to rock. Granted, I'm still in the first 2 hours of the stream, so we'll see how long that lasts. But no, I'm doing pretty good. He's filling it today. Yes. Yeah, right. It's a party now. We got Nickelback. It's a mid 2000s party. Let's go. Or late 2000s. When was Nickelback particularly big? I suppose that was late 2000s, right? Are thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? I actually really like this cover. It's Jonathan Young and I keep forgetting the other guy's name. Peyton Parrish. I don't know how to not make it sound like Parrish. Parrish. It's Parrish. Runland Bresh. Early 2000s to 2010s. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Yo, I don't know why everyone hated them. Honestly, they were really good. They made good, like, solid music, and a lot of other musicians agreed. No, it's starting to block up now. What? Why? It was doing great for like a while. Woodland Bresh, Rune Lord Brass. Even though it's not brass, this is not what brass looks like. It's not even close to what brass looks like. It's more like something between copper and bronze, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's closer to a copper. Brass is yellow. Oh, Potato's about to set the first bit of madness on the new model, I think. Maybe. Seems like it. My suspicions have been aroused. Nothing gets past me. I see right through all your actions. How do you set stuff on a model? Oh, like a CFC? Okay, so Potato just used the command to show the prices, right? So the prices are based on standard GW sequence, base coat to washer shade to highlight slash dry brush to edge highlight slash dry brush. And then it's based on what type of segment of the model you want to do. So say a medium, like say one of his pauldrons, you want to do a base coat of whatever paint. It's $2. You then use the command tip to get you the link to where you can, yeah, right there. Then you put in the tip and what you want done to it, and then I have to paint it on the model to the best of my ability, and then your name gets added to the list that when the model is done, like we did last night. I shove all the names into the random picker, and the winner. There's actually the full description right there. The winner, then I ship the finished model to them free of charge. So like Venom Rat, whenever he messages me his shipping information, I will be as soon as I can shipping him this model, and he will now own that model. So you can get in on it and potentially win the model for as low as $1 because you can do a detail thing for $1. Yeah, small ornament detail base coat $1. So you could just pick like the horn on his pauldron, for example, and say I want it orange, and then uh and now you're in, you know. $20 towards the meme lord overlords for the following prayer. Cape Superman colors with S on the cape. Chainmail. And I gotta look up again what exactly Superman's cape looks like. Sinesh purple because he's beautiful. Well, no, it said Superman cape colors, so you know you can make something else on him. Purple if you wish. Okay, so cape here, right? I gotta look up Superman's, and it goes down to here too, huh? All right, sure. With an S on it, probably here. I can do that. We'll pop this guy here for background. You know, it might have been partially the forex and partially also the virtual host I have going on. I was probably using a fair bit of data. But no, we're gonna go back to that separate ways cover because I love that cover. And it was doing good for a while. Anyway. Okay, so yeah. Yes, I know how I'm doing this. It's actually frighteningly similar to how I've done so much of the White Scars so far. Basically, it's how I did the White Scars freehand stuff. It's gonna be Wild Rider Red with the redding top coat, and then I'll probably go in with the yellow and try to make it make the S through reverse. Anyway, yeah, no, it's gonna be Superman colors. Like you see the red on his little plate here, just like that. Confusion. Thought it was blue and yellow. Apparently not. I looked it up. Superman's cape is solid red with a little bit of like a shade thing to make the diamond, and then uh the S is red with a background of yellow. There's actually no blue involved with the cape. Apparently, the blue is entirely on his body. Cool. This is actually probably one of the lesser curse things that's probably going to end up on this guy, actually. If I had to guess. I actually think if I do a good job on the freehand, this is actually going to look pretty good. Oh, I'm sure it'll change at some point. Oh, yeah, I'm sure someone else will throw something else that'll happen to layer over it somehow. I mean, I don't think this counts. Well, maybe it counts as being shaded. I do have to top coat with the ink, but it's not well, it's not properly shaded or anything. So someone could come in and be like, I want to shade the cape with like green or something gross. Gross. Alright, so that's the base. Then the ink top coat to make it red. In case anyone didn't see any of my previous freehand, that this is how it works. I think red might already be in Discord. Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, red, when you get back, join Discord. As Potato completely forgets how commands work. Am on mobile. Fair enough. Sure you can. You can turn autocorrect off like a Chad. I actually always turn autocorrect off. Like on my computer, I've got Grammarly to like help. Alright, I'm about to switch this over to like electronic music, so you can't tell when it cuts. I got Grammarly to give me suggestions on my computer, but I actually turn autocorrects off. They only get in my way. Yeah, let's jump over here to this. I'm gonna have to think for a bit on how I'm gonna fix this YouTube music problem with my computer load because I can't really close all the other stuff. I mean, I could. It's just such a pain to get it all back up and working again. It's like, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Alright, so this is almost dry. Alright, so how am I approaching this freehand here? So, it has three elements. It has the diamond itself, which is basically the same red. Which I suppose, well, okay. So I shade, well, Yeah, no, that is basically what it looks like. Huh. Uh, so like the outline of the diamond shape is black or gray, dark gray, whatever. Then red on the inside, red S, and yellow as the background. So what I'm kind of thinking, and this is so small too. Oh, I jumped to different type of station because chill music like this you can't really tell as it's not as much of a stark mix up when it jumps. I gotta figure out more how I'm gonna fix the music situation. Hmm. Anyway, I'm kind of thinking I start with yellow, work my way up. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how well I can pull off a Superman S. Actually, can I get this image right in front of me? Spotify offer a playlist. Yes. The reason I'm not using Spotify and I'm using YouTube is because YouTube already has years of my music tastes in it already. I'm just moving windows around on my desktop. Hold on. So, like, it would take me so much time to go and like set up Spotify to give us basically the same thing again. All right, here we go. Now I've got design right in front of me. This is better. Uh, started yellow, which looks like a flash gets yellow. Yeah, it's like mid-tone yellow. Yeah, 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 yeah. And I'm gonna basically use this to draw and fill in the yellow, and then do the red on top of it, and then shade around it. I do have Pandora accounts. They are actually they might be pretty close. Hmm. Like they're old. It's an old one, sir, but it checks out. that's that's Pandora in a nutshell. You know what? This is flatter. I'm gonna do it right down here. So you got a little bit of a flat and then a little bit of a down bit. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of cleanup involved with this. And then goes down like this. Yeah. As a pretty dirty diamond, but it gives us a very rough baseline to refine around. Yes, potato. I'm aware I can put another code and that I should put another code. It's probably going to be another 4 codes. It was more about setting up the very basic outline, which will be continuously refined and corrected and sharpened and expanded and whatever necessary as we go. Freehand is not just I apply paint and it looks like the thing. It is so many layers to do a good freehand, generally speaking. The Nerf freehand, that was kind of an exception because that's actually a very basic in comparison. Like it looks complex, but it's just writing words. Like actual shapes are something else. All right. There's our basic diamond. It does need to be a bit more opaque. It was a bit complicated. I probably should ask for more for it, but yeah, it's fine. That's fine. We'll figure it out together. What I could always do is, oh, I'm just thinking. Welcome back, Wing. Nah, we're just gonna move forward with it. Okay, so question: what does the red ink put right on top of yellow look like? We'll try cleaning up the sides a little bit and see if there's a notable difference between the orange. Because I might just be able to draw it with the ink and it be done. Not done, but you know. Uh, More like, oop, I wiggled. I wiggled. I'm trying to get the blast. Blast. Alright, yep. Let's let dry. Battle Isfan 5 or the Dropside Massacre. That was when the Horus Heresy properly kicked off. It started with the Emperor's Retribution Force being sent to put an end to the sudden and to most inconceivable rebellion by Horus and the Sons of Horus Legion, the Emperor's Children Legion, the Death Guard, and the World Eaters. And that Retribution Force was made up of the Salamanders, Iron Hands, Raven Guard, Word Bearers, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, and do you believe there was one more? Wasn't there one more? Iron Hands, Salamanders, Raven Guard, Night Lords, Word Bearers, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors. Nope, that was all of them. Do you know everything about everything to do with Warhammer? No, but I know a lot. So the Isfan massacre, specifically, what happened and why it turned into a massacre is that the Raven Guard, Salamanders, and Iron Hands went down to begin, to begin the first wave. And at first they were doing okay. They were pushing the enemy back against their fortress. And then, when it came to resupply, and the battle was already tough because this was Astartes versus Astartes on Legion scale warfare, so the casualties were already a little crazy. Especially when and wherever the Primarchs fought, the death toll was horrific. When it came to resupply, in particular, the Salamanders and Raven Guard started heading back to the drop site where the second wave had been setting up, made of the Word Bearers, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, in particular the Iron Warriors. And as the Raven Guard in particular, who were, ahead of the Salamanders a bit, were coming up on the Iron Warriors and Word Bearers lines, calling for, hey, it's your time again to fight, and glad to be back to restock, and then they realized that the Iron Warriors and Word Bearers were just looking at him, staring at him, silent, in formation, and then suddenly all their bolters came up and their turrets turned and took aim, and there was a single flash of realization they had been betrayed. The entirety of the second wave had already secretly announced their loyalty to Horus. And for the next several hours, hundreds of thousands of Astartes died as the Raven Guard, Salamanders, and Iron Hands were decimated fully. They became known as the Broken Legions after that. The Iron Hands Primarch, Ferrus Manus, died to Fulgrim's sword, and the Iron Hands and the Raven Guard in particular were nearly wiped out. Vulcan was believed dead after he was tactically nuked by the Iron Warriors, which, he should have been, except he was a perpetual. I'm done with bricks today. It took several more days of a hit-and-run retreat until a surprise rescue by Raven Guard reserve forces got the last of the Raven Guard and his Primarch out. And the Salamanders were basically reduced to only the people they had left guarding their homeworld. And they thought their Primarch was dead for quite some time. Okay, so it looks like I might be able to use just the ink. We'll see. I don't even have more bricks. That was the too long didn't read version of the Isfahan 5. Although, to be fair, in the books, it's not given a lot of fluff. You find out way more by getting the really old but very good Imperial Armor books. They give you a lot more info on the entire event. But it's generally considered to be the largest Astartes and Astartes conflict in Warhammer history. Although that is for like primarily Astartes versus Astartes, there is a larger tank battle later and a larger Titan battle later. I don't remember the tank battle, but the Titan battle is called Titan Death, and it has its own dedicated book to it. Okay, this needs to be pulled way more over here. I did that very poorly. Yeah, it's actually at yeah. It's at the corner. So this whole thing needs to be curvature actually. There we go. Now it's starting to look like the Superman S. Gotta look at what's happening around the stuff. Yes, this will be cleaned up. Potato. It's a process. Kind of sad how it turned out. I made it a bit too short and it's not easy to put them outside. Oof. Now I'm curious about the tank bell. I don't remember a lot of it except that it had I believe around 1,000,000 confirmed tank kills. It was like a weeks long like massive tank battle of like Imperial Army, Loyal and Trader, Iron Warriors, and I think a couple other legions. It was a continent-wide battle of smog and determining targets. No, 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 streamer's choice. Ugh, okay. Uh, we shall discuss. Uh, let's discuss Isfahan 3 real quick. The prelude to Isfahan 5. Isfahan 3 was when in relative secret The first wave of traitors, the ones that were the targets of Isstvan 5, the Sons of Horus, Death Guard, World Eaters, and Emperor's Children, purged themselves of their loyalist elements. So Isstvan 5 previously had been, the whole Isstvan system had been previously conquered by the Imperium. I believe Isstvan 5, Isstvan 3, which was the populated planet in the system, was conquered, I believe, by the Raven Guard, actually. And a supposed report, I don't remember if he had actually gone rogue or not, but supposedly the planetary governor of Isstvan 3 went rebel. I don't remember if that was actually the case. It doesn't super matter, really. And so the forces of, you know, those 4 legions went to bring it to right, or at least that's what they told their legions. That was the official story. In reality, hand-picked legionnaires of every legion went down, which a lot of the legions recognized. You know, the people that were paying more attention were like, wait, that's kind of weird. It's not how any of us normally do things. But, I mean, orders are orders. So they went down and started fighting. And then while they were fighting, the guys up in orbit, the traitors, sent down virus bombs, exterminatus weapons. Don't know how many exterminatus were done in this round system at this point. I'm too afraid to ask. I think this was the only one, actually. They didn't exterminatus Isstvan 5. So just the one in Isstvan 3. Technically, though, there were 2 virus bombing events, but that's a different story. Anyway, so all of their dudes are still down there, all the loyalist dudes. And the virus bombs are sent down. Now, there were some hiccups. Virus bombs, for those that don't know, are doomsday weapons. They are the life eater virus, which this virus moves like a toxic gas cloud that within moments, not minutes, moments, reduces. No, there are 2 exterminatus events. Sorry, we keep talking about Isstvan 5, which is one planet, and Isstvan 3, which is another planet, because they're just named after how many planets away from the sun they are. From that system star. It's like Earth is Sol 3 and Jupiter is Sol 5, if you use that type of naming convention in this case. So it takes moments to reduce a human to a biological slurry, which, because this reduces cities to graveyards in mere minutes, it creates such a massive rapid buildup of gases in the atmosphere that the culmination is usually a single lance strike at a specific point of concentration, a lance being a very powerful energy weapon, that then sets the planet afire. The entire planet is in blazes, consuming these gases very quickly, and it leaves nothing alive. Well, except it did, because the Astartes on the ground got a little bit of warning when 2 particular Astartes, Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children and Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard, discovered the plot just in time to send enough warning down for a fair number of the survivors, fair number of the Astartes on the ground to get into bunkers and survive the bombardment. Now, of course, the traitors in orbit did not care for this one bit. And one, Angron of the World Eaters, I'm sure you can figure out how he felt about it. Still a little angry. So he immediately went down to the surface to hunt down and kill off the last of the survivors himself, which had Horus literally face palming, which is pretty funny. And the loyalists on the ground managed to pull them into a costly uh was it weeks? I want to say weeks long conflict to finally kill the rest of them all off, costing them more time in a very time sensitive part of their rebellion plan, and soldiers, of which they were already purging significant sections, like about a third of each of their legions strength, because they knew that they wouldn't turn against the emperor. And then on top of that, Nathaniel Garrow got away from the planet and warned the Imperial Fists. It's good naming, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. We didn't get Rhalanor. Yeah, that's another story. Someone else can redeem that story. Weapon is found 1, 2, and 4. There were just other plans in the system. They didn't have anything going on them. Not every planet has a story, you know? They might, they, if I had to guess, they probably weren't even, they didn't even have populations on them. So Isfan 5 didn't even have a population on. It just happened to have very good defensive positions to throw your ground forces on, I guess. Because of its geography or something like that. I don't remember really the reasoning as to why they chose Isfan 5 as their standing point. As good as it gave an amazing song, it did give an amazing song. So yeah, Nathaniel Garrow gets away, gets to the Imperial Fists, warns them, and then that's how the Retribution Force is assembled. That would be billions of stories. What do you mean? Oh, if every planet had population or stuff on them, yeah. Ugh. All right. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now I just gotta do a bit of an outline around it. There's two ways I can do this. I think I'm gonna do the way I first thought. Is this still usable? Seems it. Okay. I'm gonna take that precision shader stuff I use on the white armor. I'm gonna try to do a very thin outline with that, and that'll pull this all together. You know, no, it's not dark enough. I'm gonna grab Black Templar. It's darker. You've got the part Dorn peanut crack. Yeah, yeah. Dorn didn't initially believe Garrow. He thought Garrow was pulling some kind of nonsense because Horus was one of the most well-liked Primarchs, actually, of all of the Primarchs. Everyone liked Horus. Horus was the most charismatic, except maybe Sanguinius, of the Primarchs. Everyone liked Horus. Everyone. So when Nathaniel Garrow, a captain of the Death Guard, shows up and says Horus has betrayed the Emperor and killed thousands of his own legionnaires and other legionnaires and is planning a rebellion. Um, Dorn was like, "No, you're full of it," and actually like beat the crap out of him, nearly killed him before his anger subsided and he started, actually looking into it. I probably made this outline too wide, but it's fine. Yes, there will be more cleanup. That's just how this works. Sengi over horse? Yeah, probably. Yes, but Sanguinius was not the large-scale leader that Horus could be. Sanguinius was a fantastic warrior, one of the best, if not potentially, some people consider the best, and a decent commander, as far as Primarchs went, but Horus was a general, as well as a diplomat and a warrior. Horus couldn't handle one bad dream and call that weak. To be fair, Horus had like a couple decades of various insecurities building up, and then got hit with a Nurgle fever dream. We're almost there. We're almost there on the painting. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to put actual paint over the black. It's too strong. Even Gen Z are starting relationships in the horse as well. If I'm gonna call any of the Primarchs weak, it was Lorgar. Recently read the first Heretic. Screw Lorgar. That guy's weak. That guy's very weak. I have no sympathy for that man. And I'm just gonna ban Red Wing. No. And there goes former. Korax almost killed multiple Primarchs in the Isvan 5 massacre. If Kurz did not get involved, Lorgar absolutely would have died to Kurz. I'm not Kurz to Korax. Could be cleaner. Nurgle Knife killed Primarch Croaxton. What? Nurgle Knife killed Primarch? Nurgle Knife didn't kill Horus. The Emperor killed Horus. G-Man? That wasn't a Nurgle Knife. That was Fulgrim. Yeah, it wasn't Nurgle. Fulgrim slit G-Man's. Oh, you mean in the last book? Uh, that also wasn't a Nurgle knife. That was a combination of a Greater Demon of Nurgle, Mortarion, and like Nurgle like actually trying to knock out a Primarch like hardcore. So that was like a Chaos God. That wasn't even a knife that got him. That was a potion thing. It was like a tincture around Mortarion's neck. I think Corus wasn't able to hide worse insecurities. That's that you can say about all the Primarchs, to be fair. Corax. So Corvus Corax is the Primarch of the Raven Guard, which is the faction I play. So Corvus Corax is like the avatar of my favorite faction. By avatar, he's the Primarch. So the whole gene seed, their tactics, um, everything comes from him. And he actually was a very powerful Primarch, even compared to other Primarchs. He was considered one of the better fighters amongst them, on top of being a master of stealth. And later was shown to have, like, not just the war powers of making other minds not realize he was there, but, oh yeah, all of this stuff needs to be outlined. Okay, hold on. This is gonna get a little dicey here. Uh, one of his abilities was he could use, like, a war power to make other people not realize that he was there. Yeah, I was wondering why it looks so flat. I need more Black Templar. Yeah, well, Raven Guard are the stealth Space Marines. Stealth, assassination, sabotage. No, that was Lehman Russ. Because Corax didn't turn into a bird. He later was able to turn into an entire murder of ravens. That's a little different. Like, that's more like getting into, like, more powerful vampire territory, to be honest. Ooh, it's still very wet. And I keep hitting the camera. The camera keeps getting in the brush's way. Ugh. Have a good look, Red. I'll be around when you get back, hopefully. It's not the worst analogy, except Corvus was not that emo. He did one oh wait, no, that was that. Yeah, yeah. Corax did one time consider a suicidal charge. But then he was talked out of it by one of his guys. I think that does it. That looks pretty bloody good to me, honestly. Like, its curves aren't perfect, but I mean, come on, I don't think anyone could mistake what that's supposed to be. Alright, I think that is our first bit of stuff on this guy, which ironically might be some of the best freehand I've ever done. That probably is like the best freehand I've done yet. Alright, order complete. We will now return to the ancient. I'm just trying to get him centered. Nice, you can see it on camera too. So I'm gonna pull him forward just a little bit. A little bit over. Eh, or a little bit more. Going pretty well. I mean, last couple days I haven't really had any time to do it because sleep ended up having me wake up within a couple hours of streaming. Not even a couple hours. Uh, but it's going pretty well. I mean, I've picked up the basics of all the main languages, and lately it's just been learning the Laravel framework for the most part. Right, so we're getting back to the Rune Lord Brass. Oh, yeah, I can get rid of this cape in front of me. What are the messages on the Discord? What? Oh, I see the thing you are building, Orin, and yeah, it does look like it's hard to get models in there. That's kind of rough. Right, Rune Lord Brass. Here we go. What have I got? Another hour till dinner break? Alright. I'm feeling a little bit of an energy dip after that, but it's fine. We'll still get the stuff done I need to. Unless people keep hitting the CFC. Let me put it this way, Potato. The In the tutorial I've been going through to learn the Laravel bits, it's basically building a small sample website on a local virtual host, which I think is one of the things still making YouTube Music to have issues. Just because, it's a full virtual host. And I'm noticing in the video a lot of times when he does make mistakes, I'm debugging his stuff faster than he is. So, as my dad put, that the main thing is I just need to learn the basics, like basic concepts right now, and then figuring out the actual language bits will come in time, and you can always just Google that stuff piece by piece as you need to. And the main thing I'm doing in the job is debugging, actually. I'm not doing a lot of actual like writing code from the ground up. Not really, just a little bit of modifying later on. So yeah, all things considered, I'd say it's going pretty well, and we still have not gotten a green light to actually begin the project. So for now, I continue with my streaming schedule, and I use my other energy that I have to keep learning everything I can. Everything come from the ground up. Yeah, I mean, conceptually, yeah, no, it doesn't seem that hard now. It's just learning the actual, like all the all the words, you know what I mean? Which, for reference, I'm using PHP and JavaScript with the Laravel framework. Laravel Composer, uh, I think that's actually just the majority of it. Oh, and the JavaScript is specifically jQuery. Is entirely a new language. What is JavaScript? Yeah, yeah. Although well, it does all seem to be very close and build on each other. So I'm like, I already knew a bit of HTML, but I went through and did a full refresh of HTML to start. I was already like quite fluent in CSS because I use that a lot with a lot of my other website jobs. I am primarily a designer. No way, I'm an artist in both painting and tech. Big surprise. Uh, but primarily like UI UX designer, right? So a lot of CSS. So I was already fluent in that, so I didn't have to touch that at all. So going from refreshing HTML to JavaScript to PHP was actually pretty simple, really. In concept, anyway. Again, it's learning all the words to do the things that you know you can do, and remembering to use them when the time is right. But like the framework is very easy to wrap my head around. Oh, the other thing that kept getting stressed by my dad was object-oriented programming. That made perfect sense to me. In fact, I think Warhammer gameplay uses a lot of the same principles. Like you make templates for everything, effectively. So you're never repeating yourself. I was trained in on C++ in college, but I haven't actually used it that much. What do you code in mostly again? I'm pretty sure I've asked this before, but I don't remember. JavaScript and HTML. Right, okay. Oh, and the other thing I had to learn was more in-depth SQL. I already knew like a little bit of SQL. I had dealt with website databases before, like in simple terms. Like I could already completely migrate a WordPress site from one host to another, for example, which does involve uh messing with the databases and stuff. So like I already kind of knew my way around my PHP my admin or what have you. So like right now it's more just now I am learning how to create databases and how to directly interact with them using PHP, etc. I don't find SQL that annoying actually, especially because the through the framework, most of the stuff I needed to do are done with very simple commands that do like all the work for me. Like I put like PHP artisan migrates this class like arrays, like the arrays within this class was just, migrate colon this class and then dash dash seed and then it fills tables full of whatever array I just coded in. And that's it. Like that, very easy. Oh, the grand that's for like doing websites, which is what I do. I don't really know exactly what you use your stuff to do, so maybe your stuff is more complicated. Most of my stuff with database is based on just storing arrays. Like I want tables with uh let's say user info. So, your username, your actual name, your password, your payment info, etc., location, pop all that into an array, and then just tell it to migrate it to the SQL database, and then I can draw from it from anywhere else with that. That all makes perfect sense to me. It's just learning all the words to make it do the thing. That's where the time is put in. It's not it's hardly any time learning the concepts. So all in all, I'd say learning the coding is going quite well. In fact, it's going so well that I am glad that I took the risk of continuing to stream on my current schedule while doing it. I had a fear that it might be trying to do way too much at the same time, but now because of how long it's taking for the job to get started, this was the correct choice. That this is fine. I can continue to make progress, both rebuilding my audience from my time being sick. Continue this um, commission, which I have another one waiting for as soon as I finish this one. So there's a deposit right there waiting for me, and yeah, it's good. May want to change four, as it only says CFC sheet doesn't mention. Well, those do the same thing. Sheet and price are this. Sheet and price are the same thing actually. Like if you put in, uh, I probably should change it to say price because that's an easier one to remember. But yeah, it's just a different. It's a different command for the same output. It's yeah. Hold on. Actually, yeah. I'll change that right now. Actually, I think she's the primary one. I think that's why I made it that way. But I can change that. I just move price to the front of it. Oh, I did that slightly wrong. So save that and then alright, yeah. No, you had a fair point. Yeah, I swapped them out. Most people will be able to remember a CFC price probably using sheet. Yeah, no, you're right. You right. And it has been enacted upon. Now I'm getting close to the steel. I need to not mess up the steel. I know you're trying to help. And when I feel you are correct, or I believe you are correct, not feel. Feel doesn't seem right. Uh, when I think you are correct, I will act upon it. That's how this works. It's a communal effort. I'm just the guy hitting all the buttons and the guy talking into the mic. Just the crazy loon. I think that might describe most of us. I definitely cannot say I am not crazy in my own ways. Sai definitely thinks so. Oh, same. I don't. I I never wanted to be normal. Like, man, normal's boring. I want to just go do my own stuff. Screw this. There were times I wish I was more broadly accepted, but I never wanted to be normal. It is really hard to get to keep the flagpoles so far away from my holding hand in frame. Like, geez. Okay. This is the size 2 Monument Hobbies Per Sable brush. I have found I quite like it for base coating, as it is fairly large, but has a really good tip, as you saw earlier. I think it's because it has a fair bit of body, so it maintains the tip quite nicely, while being able to move quite a bit of paint. I feel like the music's been stable for a while. We might try switching back to the rock soon. You go to work. Take care. Have a good one, Mike. Catch you next time. Don't get too frustrated at the SQL. SQL is your friend. Man, there's a lot of little, like, bits you can easily miss going in here. I feel like if I had been given this in sub-assemblies or, off the sprue, I might have airbrush base code this in the brass. I do a friend SQ at work daily. Oh, well, have fun. Actually, I don't really know what front-end SQL looks like compared to, like, I've only dealt with SQL as, like, databases. I don't know what front-end SQL really means. Or if it is what I do the front end, then what does back end look like? I don't even know. We deal with this back end? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I have no idea what front end SQL even looks like. User interface? Okay. Although, isn't that what you have JavaScript for? Although, I guess if you're not using a PHP-based platform, then yeah, maybe the rules are entirely different. I don't know. Everything I've ever worked with for website design has been based on PHP in one way or another. So SQL is the back end, PHP is the main like framework, JavaScript, HTML, and CSS does all of your front end stuff. HTML being your content, CSS is your aesthetics, and JavaScript is your functionality. Right, okay. I kinda know things. Yay. I got some on the black thing. Maybe I can wipe it off on the little block box there. It is very awkward to paint so far away from your painting handle. Not gonna lie. I think I have to go back and fix that later. I think I have to fix a little bit of that anyway. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just move on. Yeah, I'm not too worried about hitting the bones. Because I'm gonna be repainting those. Obviously, it's hitting the other metal. I'm mostly trying to avoid. Did I just completely? Oop. Did I just completely miss one of the metal bindings? I think I did. Well, looks like I have to go back and fix some of the lead belcher anyway. Okay, I just completely missed this one over here. I was gonna switch it back to rock, but this track's got me interested. Oh, I gotta come back with La Belcher anyway. At least keep all the mistakes to that one common area. That ain't so bad. Oh no, I just realized. Oh no, I gotta get in there. Eh. I think these here are supposed to be metal too, actually. Yeah, okay. fix the lid belcher, then Nuln Oil, and that'd actually probably be about when it'd be time for my dinner break, which is good timing as that'll all take a fair bit to dry. And you want to dry entirely before moving on. Now when I get back, we'll do the skelly. Well, actually, first there'll be all the highlighting of the metal. And the parchment and skelly, which are pretty similar. All the other little details. And then he'll be done. Oh, I forgot to put the bronze on his van brace. Right, I have to go back to brass. What is it? Back to brass tacks? Is that the saying? I have no idea what that means. Like, I know what it means in use. I have no idea why that's a saying, though. Anyone have any insight on that? Alright. Alright. Back to rock. What's up, former? Okay, I'm going to bed. I need to wake up early for D&D. Yeah, you need your rest to go kill monsters, man. That's how it be. Have a good one. I'll catch you another time. I will be streaming tomorrow. Okay, I didn't notice while I was doing a few spots I could use another coat of the brass. Brass did not go on super thick. I'll keep stream open and get some more points to bully you with water random stuff. Thanks, man. I appreciate the lurk. If you even keep the audio on, you can fall asleep to my melodious voice. I have been told it's good at putting people to sleep. That I should do ASMR. I think that guy was trying to make fun of me, but I thought it was funny. Okay, I think we're good now to put the non oil on. Yeah. I'm gonna non oil basically everything on there and hope I don't miss stuff. Probably should just use a bigger brush since I'm not being exactly careful with where this goes. It doesn't matter much if the skeleton gets a bunch on it. It's gonna be completely painted over. Yeah, I'm switching to a bigger brush. I could do this a lot quicker. Especially because I need to get in there darkened so you can't really see it very well. So I would have to go in there with extreme detail later. Yeah, extreme detail might be a bit strong, but still. Wait, have you heard news? What news? What news and which way? Probably not. Oh, really? They backed off entirely? That's awesome. We win. There's a spec that I need to go back and, like, do entirely. Not entirely, but a decent bit of it. Victory! Well done, comrades! We have achieved victory over the fascists. Well, no, he surrendered because it was smart, and whoever had the original ideas were dumb. It's bad business, straight up. Okay, back to Larkin ASMR. Very good. Thanks for the news update. I had not heard that. I've been too my head's been too down to the grindstone. I mean, even me, big fan of monetization of many kinds here, understand that, listen, you want to monetize something, you have to have an appropriate amount of value offered for that monetization to be worth anything. Or people are not going to go for it, especially if it was stuff that they like. You can't add monetization to stuff people were already enjoying without monetization. That's screwed. They no, you don't do that. Especially when it was one of the biggest things driving the growth of your community. Like, what are you thinking, dude? One of several reasons why I turned ads off. Other reasons that I hate how I kept interrupting my conversations. And I wasn't even paying that much money. No, it was really annoying me while I was on. I was actually I was probably more annoyed at the ads than you guys were. So I like just talking. Oh, and ad just turned on, and the person I was talking to was not a sub. Now I have to wait. I am getting just as much punished as they are. Punished might be a strong word, but still, it's not like I was getting paid particularly well by it. Yeah, I need to put more Rune Lord Brass on the one of the spikes there. You can see white. Question is it dry enough for me to apply the paint? I think so, because it's up the side of that there. There we go. Now wait for that to dry, add some more Dawn oil, and then we're good. As far as that whole step. Who is this? I don't recognize this band. Good sounding song though. Pendulum by Machine Supremacy. Cool. It's not the most insane stuff probably on this post, but fairly good. But yes, this is coming together. Yes, yep. I am glad I went with this composition. This composition is good. We shall continue. Anywhere I missed before I... Nope. Seems good. Gotta let everything dry, which will be done over my dinner break, which, normally is at 6, but I don't know for certain if the food's actually ready. Anyway, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go find out what's up with dinner. If it's not gonna be for a while, I'm gonna come back and we're gonna take care of this Crux Terminatus whole thing and its chain and all that. And knock that out before dinner while the rest of the standard dries. I keep thinking of calling it a flag. It is definitely not a flag. It's not anyway a flag. Standard, sure. Alright, so I will be back either momentarily or when I'm done eating. See how it goes. And if you stick around, I appreciate the lurk while you're doing so, and hang out later. And if not, hope you have a great day, and I'll see you in another stream. Okay, and I'm back, and it's gonna be a couple till my dinner is ready, so and back into it. In that time, I was thinking, I think the crux terminatus shall be bone colored as well. So we'll start at the chain, as that's a completely different meld than everything else I'm doing, as we'll make it match his belt in that, dark iron look that I kind of like. And then maybe, well, we'll see if all the stuff's dry and I can begin on the metal highlighting. Probably begin with the steel because a lot less of it, so I might be able to knock that out before I leave for my break again, or my proper break. And then yeah, we'll just do the crux terminal same time as all the other stuff, basically. Yeah, rough iron from Army Warpainter is the color specifically. With a little bit of Nolan oil on it, and then going back and highlighting it with itself is how I am doing that, and the brass actually, as I don't have particularly good colors to highlight either of them. So I just darken them and then highlight them with themselves to get, that kind of bit of shine off them. Oh, I'm back for one of my favorite songs. I do find it weird though. This guy has a Crux Terminatus and yet no force shield of any kind that I'm aware of. I mean, I could double check his stats, but I'm pretty sure this guy does not get invuln, which is kind of the whole point of taking the Terminator Ancient or Ancient Terminator armor. If you were to, if you want to take an Ancient that also is very tough, I suppose that would make this guy even more brutally good if you're running Blade Guard, which are still fairly good. As the main thing this guy does really is give the Blade Guard. Isn't it giving them +1 to hit in melee? So you throw him with a sword and board, Primaris Captain, which is very cheap right now. And then they're all just chopping through stuff, hardly missing at all ever because they reroll ones to hit and hitting on twos. Oh, I gotta get up against the rest of pull. Alright, I guess I have. Well, nah, no, the no oil is sorted out. No oil is sorted out. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. Now, while it's drying, I'm going to begin highlighting the steel. Which I don't think there's a absolute crapload to highlight. It's mostly just the bands on him. And the little skull piece bit there. Oh, and this thing. It's too wet. I got too wet. Oh, no, it's not that it paint's too wet. There's still drying null oil up there. Alright, so I'll go over here where null oil is definitely dry. Oh, I'm hitting on. It just... You guys are gonna go for a ride for a second? There we go. I figured out one of the things my brush kept hanging was actually my wire was twisted. But just out of my view. It was very... like, it was just the wrong... Just the wrong combination that my brush has been handed this entire time. I thought it was the camera itself. Just an errant wire. Dude, I got no idea how I'm gonna, like, dry brush all this bone later and not constantly hit the metal. It's gonna be real fun to figure that out. I mean, I guess I could done the metal in, like, 3 different stages to avoid that, but jeez, that seems like a lot of extra work. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do... I'm gonna need to figure out... I'm gonna need to set up dry brushing with a precision brush instead of my usual brush. Oh, ironically, I have to fix the black and highlight over there anyway. Alright, can I highlight this now? Sorta, kinda. Sweet, that's a steel all highlighted. And we can go back and highlight the dark iron stuff here real quick. Then we'll probably fix that black lockbox thing. Knock that out real quick. Nice. Good match, I think. Could use it a little bit more. Alright. Right. Black lockbox. I'm gonna need a little bit of black just to cover all that. It'll be ash and gray dawnstone. Oh yeah, I forgot my matte black is very liquidy. Should just went for Abaddon black. Yeah, you know, while that's drying, I'm just gonna pull out some Abaddon black and prep that. This song makes me want to play Dark Souls 3. I'm sure it's no surprise why, but that just popped into my head. I was just thinking about the Road of Sacrifices all of a sudden. Do I barely even need to deal with the highlight, or maybe not even at all? Nah, it needs a tiny bit. I mean, yeah, I put Ash and Gray there, but you can't really tell. I realized later. A little bit of overkill. Maybe you can kind of tell. Gotta be really focusing on it though. That was way too wet. I had not waited long enough for the black to dry, or the brush was too wet. I'm not sure which. Okay, good enough. Gonna stop messing with him. Gonna stop messing with the lockbox. Oh, you didn't have a little spot beneath the skull that the black got messed up? Yeah, I don't know how dulled it, but it's definitely still there. I'm gonna pop a little bit there. You can do it without messing up the bolt. Or the skull, for that matter. Nice. I get it all? Yeah, I think so. I keep feeling like maybe not. That'll do it. Alright, we're good. Done with the lockbox. We're definitely done with the lockbox. Do I want to... Here's the thing. I'm not sure if my sister, who is making dinner, even has a way of contacting me when it is ready, because my phone is this camera, and it's on airplane mode. So I'm basically guessing. We could knock all the purity seal wax off. That'd probably be a good timeline. Because, yeah, I'm going to spend probably 20 odd minutes on highlighting all that brass. Yeah, let's do the purity seals. Purity seal wax, specifically. You know, sometimes I feel a little sad that these are composition piece. Not composition, sorry. My head's getting ahead. These are a commission piece because I just love the composition I came across for them. Most of the color pickings were my doing, and I'm just liking it so much, and I soon have to part with these. Alright, base coated. So that was Caliban green. I'm not going to pull out Crook green. That's going to highlight it. So I'm going to blend it all down with a wash of Bealatine green shade. I'm also just picking out the high spots in the sides and a little bit in the middle. Hey, Diablo. Yes. That was Potatoes doing. I'm pretty proud of how it came out, actually. I'll pull that up for a close-up in a second. Just gonna finish highlighting these. I think it might be among my best freehand work, honestly. We possibly turn a crotch dingle skull into a Batman skull. Hold on. Quite possibly. Let's take a closer look now that I'm done highlighting here. Alright, so firstly, freehand Superman emblem. Curves aren't perfect, but I think all in all, I think I did a pretty bang up job on that. As for a Batman skull on the crotch skull. So I say turn a crotch dingo skull into a Batman skull. So what are you thinking? Like little like bat ear things like stuck on there? Like little green stuff things? Maybe. Yeah. Well, technically possible. It might be hard to do this side just because roughly where they well, I guess where they should be right there in front of it actually. Could be done. And then what, paint the mask over it with the bottom looking like a bone or so it looks like a skull wearing the Batman mask kind of deal. Probably have to put green stuff all over it to give it the actual appropriate look, but this might be doable. I mean, it's definitely doable. The question is if I have do I have the skill and how much would I charge for that? As that's not necessarily a minor project, all things considered, for something on this guy. Uh, because the involvement of green stuff. I'm between like what's that? Like green stuff that battier things like a black mask. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like creating a Batman mask on the skull. Probably just the front of it, really. The well, the back would be a pain to add on. Well, no, actually, no. I got some tools I could reach around. I got reach around tools. Uh, it's definitely doable. I'ma say to do all that and then make like the whole skull look like legit like Batman. Um, I'ma say like $40. forward to next Wednesday anyway. All right, fair enough. I mean, I'll be streaming next Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday. So, but I'm gonna say 40 years. That's not a small project. Time wise. First we have to green stuff all the stuff on there. Who knows how long that'll take. Then let it dry, probably till the next day, and then I paint it all up. Is this guy gonna become like a walking DC poster? No, that's a bigger project. What do you mean? I feel like this guy's now gonna start turning into like a walking DC poster. He's gonna have like DC Easter eggs all over him. This guy, this guy through the warp invaded the DC dimension and just started killing superheroes between being a plague marine and having a plasma gun. I knew it would be like, as in I knew it wouldn't be like $5. The Batman Skull's bigger. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Like green stuff. That's why I have green stuff where it's like negotiable because like green stuff can sometimes get a little crazy. The Nerf gun was like that because I had to green stuff in all the little details inside the gun to make it flat and then freehand it. So it was something like that too. It was something in like the $40 or $50 range. That cape right there alone was 20 because of the freehand. Green Lantern plasma gun. Yo, let's go. I could absolutely do that. Is there a spot on there to even put like the Green Lantern logo? Dude, that'd be funny. Is there a DC Spider character, kind of like Madam Web or something? We could paint that little dangling fly icon to look like. That'd be cool. Uh, yeah, BLT and green on the wax is our next step. Spider-Man Strauss, but true, he was briefly in the DC universe and was denied membership to the Justice League. Can you believe it? Can you even believe the Justice League denied Peter Parker membership? Like, grand that was before Justice League Unlimited, but still, like, how dare? Spider-Man's like one of the most ethical superheroes ever, and he's stronger than than half the Justice League. Like, come on, come on, come on. Like Spider-Man's already one of the heavier hitters in the Marvel universe. Honestly, like it was really funny watching Civil War, and the whole time I'm like, man, these guys have no idea how much Spider-Man's holding back right now. Put some wire on their pan like the lasso of truth. Yeah, this guy's gonna become a walking DC poster. There actually was a moment where I think it was Bucky was fighting Spider-Man, and he paused for a second when he realized, like, I forget if Spider-Man caught a punch or something like that, and Bucky was like, "Wait, oh yeah," and then Spider-Man talked, like Peter Parker talked, and the guy realized that both A, he's a kid, and B, he's like the strongest person there in reality. Because Spider-Man was by far the strongest physically person there, strongest, toughest, and had best reflexes. I mean, Black Panther's got some stuff in that suit, but I mean, Spider-Man, like, come on. If Spider-Man wanted to, he could bend Iron Man in half with the suit. Like obviously, obviously without the suit, but I mean with the suit, just yeah, caught the punch, just like a metal arm. That's so cool. Yeah, yeah. And then Bucky's like, wait a second. Say what now? Now I want to watch Civil War again. I can do that. I have Disney Plus. I might watch Civil War later. uh Speaking of which, when did I check on dinner? That was at 6, 40 minutes. My dinner is probably ready at this point. And Falcon swooped in. Well, I mean, that's the Falcon for you, you know? He's out of line, but he's right. I actually didn't mind the Falcon in Winter Soldier show. I thought it was actually pretty cool, the exploration of like the backstory of like what's going on with the planet in regards to like the snap. I actually really liked that entire plot line. I was totally fine with that show. I know a lot of people were bored with it, but no, like it was good world building. Some of the statements made were kind of dumb in retrospect, but I mean, whatever. Okay, so I'm about to go take my dinner break. When I come back, we're going to highlight all the brass and then set it on the parchment and bone. And then I'm gonna do something special with the head there. And but we're really close to done. I mean, this guy could be done within, hour and a half or so, I think. Maybe less. We're getting there. We're getting real close to this guy being done, and then begins the con. Oh, yeah, but before I go, or before I, disappear for a little bit, his base is done. And this is now the monstrosity that Venom has to deal with whenever I get his shipping info. Oh yeah, yeah. So we this guy was finished last night, and Venom won it. In case you missed all that. And yes, I even went so far as to paint the rim purple because I'm that kind of monster, and I love it. Gotta make dinner. Well, I gotta go eat dinner. So hope to see you later. I'm going on break. I'll be back. 15 to 30. Catch you later, Diablo. And I'm back. Alright. What are all you people still doing here? Shoo. No, I'm joking. Uh, right, where we at? Brass. The non-brass. The unbrass. It's the unbrass thing. Also, hi Venom, I do see your message. If you're here. If not, cool. Catch you later. Alright. Let's finish this guy. So, I think those bolts look fine, actually. And try to start at the bottom and work my way up. Actually, the bottom would be the skull over here. Yes. I got some. I have to clean that up later. That won't be right now. So this song's music video entails a post-apocalyptic situation that then humanity recovers from. This came out in like 2014, I want to say. And it's crazy to me now that I used to think that might actually be soon the case. And it's just like, from what I know now, no, we are the furthest we've ever been from that, actually. Actually, just over dinner, I was watching a video on this. If you follow the data, the economic data, we're the strongest we've ever been as a species right now. We've never been doing better. We are actually phenomenally better off than even 100 years ago. Or even, we are several times better off than we were in 1980, 40 years ago. And that also includes environmentally. Because what do you know? A lot of the companies that quote unquote do the most damage also so they can continue to stay in business, repair that damage at monstrously efficient rates, like the logging industry. Look up any large logging company and you'll find very quickly about all their stats of how insanely large amounts of trees they replant behind them for a maximum efficiency of them regrowing and like restoring the ecology, because they're very aware if they only cut stuff down, they're gonna run out of stuff to cut down. And that's bad for business. Like I remember Mr. Beast did a crazy like not plant, tree replanting thing a few years back. And he hit this giant goal of like, millions of trees or some nonsense. And it was just like a drop in the bucket compared to what the logging companies replant every day. I'm like, this is crazy and awesome. Love it. That's real capitalism right there. What is even my method for going through and doing this? Alright, I'm gonna do this wings feathers all the way. wonder how much the highlight you can even... Oh, from that angle you can kind of pick it up. It's a very subtle highlight, but in person it gives it a very... I don't know how well the cameras pick it up, but it's a very... it gives it a very clean look. I quite like it. Because for reference, we are just highlighting it with its own color after a very hefty non oil. In fact, actually, yeah, clean seems like the right word. It's like the edges, because they see where, are cleaner than the rest. It's been a while since YouTube crashed. At least since I came back. Also, I have to say, this is a very cool standard to paint, actually. I'm gonna give that a second to dry now. So I got too comfortable and went in with a too wet brush. Uh, Two at the top, and I'll just come back to the bottom. Scan really precise highlights, a lot to do with just how wet the paint you're using is. And it changes from paint to paint, actually. Some paints you want them way drier, some you want wetter. Corrects white, I usually want wetter. Most paints you want drier. Oh, and too much paint on the brush is also generally bad. You don't want that either. I think the brass is done. Honestly, it looks great to me. Anyway, time for a whole crap load of Rakarth flesh and Pallid Witch flesh and Tyrant Skull and Praxeti White. As that's basically all the colors of both the parchment and the bone, the only difference between the two being which shade to use halfway through. Agrax Earthshade for the parchment and Skeleton Horde for the bone, which can be easily seen between the bone here and the parchment here. Seriously, every other step's the exact same. Just change the shaders and you get that much of a difference. Out of 5 paints total. I'm gonna need a new sheet on here. It's very soon. New sheet for Kasara Khan, because that's actually where we'll be at that point. Okay, is that? No. I kind of just. This one just kind of appears from the hand. Looks like he's grabbing it by the wax seal as part of his grip. So I don't know if that's the best idea, but sure. Looks very epic. Ah, come on. I was vibing. It's got hair in there. Got it. Or part that was visible anyway. What are we listening to? Oh, it's delaying. It just sounds very weird. I'm gonna skip to this one. Actually, I should probably start going back over the other parts because everything with Rackout Flash needs 2 codes. Powdered Witch Flush usually the same, 2 or 3. But I'm gonna start forgetting what I've gone over and done. So I wonder if there is something to be said about a bone style that's based on a white and then null oiled and agrax and light agrax, mostly null oil, for going for that stark white sun bleached look and a little bit of dirty grit. It sounds like it could actually look really cool. Definitely be a lot quicker and easier than what I'm doing. But painting commissions work kind of like English common law. It's all about precedence. Once you do a thing in one style, you gotta do everything of that kind in that style. So as all the bone is in this style, I am not exactly free to experiment on that right this minute. Maybe in the future, though, we could revisit that idea. Did I get? No. It's just hard to tell with the lighting. I was like, did I get backyard flesh on the metal bar in there? And no, I did not. It's just hard to tell from this angle for me. Yeah, I think it's a good time to go back and start back at the bottom of the legs and work my way back up with another coat. Just gotta get a little bit more right up in here against the purity seals. keep hitting the camera. Ah. Probably unsurprisingly, some of the best angles to get into some of these areas is by having the brush aligned with where your eyes want to be. And then the end of my brush hits the camera. Man, painting an entire skeleton in this game is quite time intensive. So I already feel like it's been a while, and I'm only on the first color. And the rest are pretty quick. Well, once you get past the pallid witch flesh, that sometimes takes a goodly while. Okay, so I did get some on the brass, but the shader might, like the skeleton ord might fix that for us. So no need to panic just yet. Alright, let's go for uh, torso pass number 2. Pelvis pass number 3, because these are wider areas. And this color isn't the best for these. I might actually need more record flash on my palette. That seems crazy. I thought I put so much. Yeah, it's become very thin. Oh, very thin to get a decent amount off it, which means I don't have enough. Yeah, it's too thin to continue anymore. Okay. I'm getting pinged on Discord. Why? Is it something I need to know? Oh, very good. Well, as soon as I can, probably Monday then. Venom will be getting, well, the shipping of old Pink Eye will occur. It also means they need to take his final video. Right, more Rakat flesh. There we go. Now we're making proper coats here. Yep. I'm at that point where I keep hitting the camera. Suddenly it looks like a skeleton. Alright. I got flesh done. Jeez, now I gotta do the entire thing again in Powder Witch Flesh. Ugh. Alright, we got time. A bit over 2 hours to our minimum. Yeah, it's gotta definitely be done. This guy will be done. Kasara-kun will be primed and base code, and maybe his base begun proper. We'll see how that goes. What am I looking for? Powder Witch Flesh. I definitely have this thumbed up, right? No, I don't. How do I not have this thumbed up? Actually, honestly, a gorgeous track. Very nice. Yo, Red Wave, are you still here? You still working on your Night Lords? It just popped into my head. Actually, I think you moved on from your squad leader. Got Chain Glaive. Hmm. Hey, Si, finally returned from another 6 hours of errands with my grandmother. Yeah, that's I can't get over how insane that is to me. Like that just makes my inner efficiency psychological requirement like cringe. Like 4 hours, but so that's still like 4 hours of errands. 4 hours of errands. What even? Can YouTube stop crashing on like many of my favorite songs? I am painting bone. And the way I do bone takes a lot of time, but gives you very good results. Okay, you know what? I'm going back to their song. How dare it crash and skip. Yeah, I got stuck in school traffic right in front of the high school, right as school and oh no. Oh man. That's some no bueno right there. I have to say, that was a definite perk of being homeschooled. Never had to deal with your time being extra wasted by just travel. Highly congested, inefficient travel. Like dead stop at a green light for 3 rotations type beat. Oh boy. It makes me think of this conversation I had a while back with a European about how they thought it was really weird that us Americans uh like describe distances by time traveled, and I'm like, that makes perfect sense. What are you talking about? Who cares if it's only 30 kilometers away if the only way to get there takes you 3 hours? It's 3 hours away. It's 3 hours of your day away from here. I'm just glad to be home chilling. I can imagine, man. Like take a load off, chill, relax, listen to me rant about, you know, uh uh description conventions like a weirdo. No, I think it makes total sense. Way more sense to describe things by how long it takes to you to get there by the most conventional route than it does by distance, because distance doesn't mean anything if the traffic is terrible. Like when I say my local game store is 45 minutes away, I mean like 4 out of 5 times the traffic you're gonna be in is gonna make it roughly 4 or 5 minutes. In reality, you could get there in 20. But that's only if you leave like mid morning. Went by my favorite local bake. I don't know why I couldn't. Blah, 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 blah. I went by my favorite local bakery and got two uh sleeves of bagel. I don't know, roast sleeve. I don't know. Sleeves of bagels, some Parmesan bagels, and some cinnamon raisin bagels. Two sleeves. Parmesan bagels. Yeah. Yeah, that first time was a little bit of a miss. You know what else is a bit of a mess? The fact that I am painting this entire skeleton base coat style 4 times in a row. I'm not joking. The price you must pay for quality. Oh, actually, not just the skeleton, but also like all the parchment and stuff. Yes. Paint, repeat. Paint, repeat. Repeat again. Do it again. You know what? That's fine. You can skip this song. Kind of wanted the next song more anyway. Hold on, I gotta fix the thing, and I need the camera to not be in my way. Okay, I'll have to go back and do it the old-fashioned way after everything. I mean, I probably need to do that anyway, because that one spike keeps getting messed up. I don't know why. Just the paint doesn't want to stick to it, I guess. So what's on the roster for Cy Chillin? Alright, I guess add that to the stuff I have to fix with the Rune Lord Brass at later. Oh yeah, right. There was some kind of hair stuck up here. I think I got it. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, because it's been playing a lot tonight. I I do think the Unforgiveness is Within Temptation's best album. Like, I don't know what exactly they were channeling when they wrote this album, but it was pretty good. Like, just about every song on this album is a banger. No. I'm going back. I don't even care. Yeah, it's gotta be the virtual host that's messing with it. Hmm. Hey, Sai, I got another block for your bingo cards. Your basically bingo cards. Sai's not listening to me. Probably a good idea, really. Okay. Now it's actually I'm gonna put a little bit more powdered witch flesh on the back over here. Alright, so yeah, Agrax Earthshade on the parchment and a skeleton horde on the bone. Well, actually we'll do the skeleton horde first as it's thicker, so it usually dries a bit slower. Is it a live potato? Actually, yeah, we'll start back here. That is a lie. Where's that from again? Isn't that from a Star Wars? I don't know, whatever you were saying. That's what I figured. That is a lie. Where's that from? Oh, it's killing me now. Come on, lunch break. Nice, nice. It is really killing me. I can't remember what that quote is from. It's like I can imagine everything surrounding, like the exact way it's said, and I can't remember for the life of me what is happening around it to try to figure out what it's from. It's 4C. It's 4 degrees Celsius there. Man. That's actually wait, zero Celsius is around 32 here, so actually it's warmer there than it is here. Wherever you are. Outsider now is 34 degrees Fahrenheit, so About zero, like basically zero. I take it no one in chat has any clue what I'm on about it, with this quote. I really feel like it's from a Star Wars movie. Like if it was something Emperor Palpatine said or something. Maybe Lord of the Rings? Hold on, let me think Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah, that's Grima Wormtongue. It just hit me. That's Grima Wormtongue. In response to the helmet with the white hand of Saruman on it. Okay, I'm good now. I'm good. Anyway, how's work been going, Potato? People like the addition and didn't the cape? Yes. Diablo Bob was in here earlier, and he kind of wants to start working on making the guy like a walking DC poster. We were talking about there's a little skull dangling off his crotch plate, and we were talking about giving him like a green stuff Batman mask and painting it to look like he's got Batman's head on his belt. So yes, the Superman cape has got people's gears turning. Yeah, right? It's not gonna be till next week that he has the money to do it, because it's not exactly a cheap project. That's gonna be such a pain to do, and it's gonna take 2 days because it's green stuff. You remember. I have to do the green stuff. I have to put the putty in place, and then I have to let it dry for a day to make sure it's completely done. Then paint it. And I'm not exactly a master of green stuff yet, so it's not exactly easy. Results not guaranteed. Oh yeah, I'm doing this bone, so this is actually skeleton horn too. We master green stuff by the time we get through it. Yeah, right? Gonna have me constantly doing green stuff. Before I was only doing green stuff on my guys, and I haven't really been doing my guys much lately. Actually, not at all. I haven't touched any Raven Guard projects in like over 2 months. I think nearly 3 months. Just been trying to get this commission done and over with and out of here. Let's see. I knew it would crash during this song because I really like this song, so I knew it would crash. I'm gonna put it back in a sec. All right, that club needs a lot of aggrox. Yeah, mixed throughout here, it's like playing the entire Unforgiven album by Within Temptation, and I have no problems with that. Every song in that album is just It slaps. They all slap. Dude, actually, Diablo said doing the Green Lantern plasma gun. So, okay. So for your reference, that's a plasma gun that guy has normally, which traditionally the coils on it glow. Usually a blue, but you'll occasionally see a red, a green, a purple even. Well, I got some plasma weapons around here somewhere. Show you what I mean. And not my Hell Blasters, which I went way overboard on. What's a reasonable plasma? Oh, this is kind of reverse plasma in the way I did it, but that's a plasma pistol. Oh wait, on my plane, on my Storm Raven. Hold on. This is a plasma cannon, so much larger, but same principle. That's the standard depiction, more or less, kinda, of plasma weapons because the coils are like the heat dispersal. So yeah, the Diablo jumps straight to, oh yeah, we should do a Green Lantern uh plasma gun. Who in DC uses a sword? Ironically, they just gave, well, that's Marvel. Gorm the God Butcher. But I mean, that would just be painting the sword black. Actually, I really like Gorm. I liked Gorm before he was in the movies. I thought he was a great character in the comics. Who uses a sword in DC? Let's see. Hey, Diablo also mentioned something about wrapping wire around something and painting it to look like the lasso of truth. That was an idea put out. There's so much parchment to go around, it's hard to get an appropriate amount of agrax going on here. Like it's like way too much or too little and it all goes down to the bottom. It's like, really? Katana uses swords? I mean, her name is Katana. That is a chick, right? I'm thinking of the right chick. That like she wears red. She's got like a red bandana thing going on. Those are just katanas. Like that's nothing special there. There's some spots I flat out miss with the skeleton horde. Okay, while all this is drying, I gotta put more agrax on the parchment still, because it wants to run everywhere but where I want it. And then I gotta hit Shining Knight. I don't remember Shining Knight. Probably because that's super generic of a name. Like, jeez, come on, DC, a little bit of imagination here. Does no one use a crazy like magic sword or some nonsense? Or I mean, I guess we go Green Lantern because he sometimes makes swords with his ring, but like, eh, sure. All right. While all this dries, I'm gonna go pee. I already have a potty break in the chamber. I'll be back in a couple minutes. The DC main character use any big swords. Huh. Interesting. Well, Green Lantern is, I guess, then. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Good lord. So, uh, why do I feel like my mic volume has gone down? Oh, because it didn't hold over my changes from yesterday. That's weird. Okay. Weird. Okay, anyway. Okay, good lord. I should be much more, audible now. Anyway. Yeah. Get stuck waiting for a early 20s girl in the bathroom, and you will obtain entry roughly about the time of the next ice age. Yeah, that's how that went. This parchment is so large, I can't. The aggro just doesn't want to go on like evenly. Urgh. That's still not gonna. You know what? The dry brushing is gonna fix that for the most part. Now to figure out the dry brushing. Okay, so the brush I usually use for dry brushing might be fine for most of this. It's got like a bit of a point, but this is still gonna be interesting to not mess up a bunch of the metal around the bone. For those of you keeping track of the recipe, I'm now switching to Tyrant Skull Dry from Citadel. I'm trying to both do like the standard motion of dry brushing while not hitting anything that's not bone. Just not easy in this context, especially with a fairly large brush. Small brushes don't hold up to being shoved in a dry paint pot very well. Dry paint pot. That was surprisingly hard to say. But hey, we're getting close to finishing this guy. Finally. Thought this would go a lot quicker. I was wrong, as per usual. See my thoughts on sword. Oh, wait, I did not see all the other stuff. Is DBZ DC? No. Dimension Sword from DBZ. I don't know what that is. I take that back. The God Killer Sword. It's Slade's weapon of choice versus Batman. Wasn't Slade's sword also just like a katana? Or did, like, it was just a... Like, it was named katana? Or was that... Hold on. Slade God Killer Sword. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, hey, actually, the shape's not so far off from the Plague Dagger that guy's got, or Plague Sword, whichever. Yeah, it just looks like gold. I mean, yeah, I can paint that. That's not hard at all. Looks like auric armor gold, probably. Agrax wash, and then some highlighting with, maybe bright gold for more painter. Yeah, it's very doable. It looks more like the sword on its back. Yeah, yeah, no, the overall shape is not vastly far off, you know? That's a good pick for a relatively accurate, you know, jump. Oh, that's still drying. Oh, jeez. So we are making Justice League and Mini. Superman, Green Lantern, Batman, and Deathstroke. Yeah, no, I think it's just general DC. But yeah, kind of looks like it's going in that direction. Let the other person know the sword will likely be the God Killer. Yeah, yeah, I'll let Diablo know next time I see him. I mean, there's a chance he's lurking right now. Hey, Diablo, you there? I got a decent number of people lurking currently. Now I gotta think about how the meme lords are gonna react to like all these random symbols and Easter eggs. It'll be funny. That's a little ways out anyway. I'm not gonna be editing any more of those videos until that contract's done. I just don't have the time or energy for that matter. That's fine though. We'll get there. I mean, I'm still recording all the raw footage. They're just sitting on my hard drive. This thing needs to stop skipping songs I really like to jump into songs I've never heard of and I think are okay, I guess. Man, you guys are lucky that so far most of you people that have been gang into the CFC that the majority of you are quite happy with collaboration. I'm waiting for someone to come in and make it properly competitive. Take care, I gotta get back to work. Yeah, have a good one, man. I'll catch you the next time. Oh yeah, let me do his arm. Okay. Alright, now the brush off. Because dry brushing always throws particles everywhere, and I feel like I see a lot of people kind of skip this bit. Okay, there's a couple things we have left. It's a little bit of metal cleanup, brass and steel, and I gotta get the server studs up there. Scripting on the parchment. And there's something special I want to do with the eye there. Oh, and I was thinking about sh shadowing in the edges of this to give it a little bit more depth. So I feel like just a little on the flat side. I think it'll really make it pop. So first we're going to grab Iron Breaker. Is it going to at least start the next song, or what is it doing? And I'm going to hard refresh the page. I should restart in that song and then maybe stick around for a little while. Oh, nice. Actually, just continued the exact same sequence of songs after this. Sweet. Okay, so that's the Iron Breaker. Got a little bit of brass to fix. Okay, I'm gonna take that shader mix I used for the white armor, and I'm gonna outline the skeleton with it. I actually, from that angle, cannot see at all what I'm doing. The shine is too great. I keep panning the camera again. I think this song is really catchy, but man, I have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, I've been out of frame that whole time. Sweet. Okay, I actually really think that looks better now. It looks more three-dimensional. Yeah. Subtle, but impactful. Very good. Scripting on all of this, on all this parchment. That's what's next. And with it being the standard, I'm going to try to do some creative stuff here. Because, you know, why wouldn't I make it harder on myself? Oh, I am totally out of frame again. One last, actually, a couple last things. I gotta pull out some way to clean up a bit of the armor. I got some no on. Alright, I think we're good for the final touch. Hey, big guy. Oh, you did buy some Chaos Knights. Look at you go. Gonna want to see pictures of that. I'm doing something crazy. As per usual. Ugh. Shipment's gonna take a while. Yeah. Makes sense. Also, I forget which camera. One of my cameras. Oh yeah, the Cash for Chaos camera doesn't like the airbrush. So just ignore that. Tyrant Chaos Knight with Death Guard paint scheme. Very cool. I like. So, I have to do a bunch of airbrushing in a minute when this guy's done with Kasara Khan anyway. So, may as well get started a little early. That's pretty clear. Okay. Let me pull the camera back so you can see what I'm doing. How are you doing today, Bugatti? Do you think sex is healthy for a man or not necessary to live a fulfilling life? I mean, those are technically two different things, I think. I think sex is healthy. Because your body does things when it thinks it's not an environment that it should expect mating to happen in for a long period of time, and it starts doing stuff. I'd be very careful doing this. Oh yeah, I should zoom you guys way in. This is very risky here. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, a lot of OSO doesn't make sense. I can clean up around it though. Especially if I'm quick. Oh yeah, right. There's a spot on the top attic fix anyway I forgot about. OSO can be very cool, but can be kind of hard to pull off right. Was looking into this monk challenge or its beneficial productivity, basically staying absent from sex for 2 years. Staying absent from sex for 2 years. I mean, I've heard that there's benefits of not. Oh, I just wiped it right off the eye itself. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Alright, this may have been a failed experiment, and I can do similar things with dry brushing, and just as it, I guess maybe it would look better because it'd be more controlled. We'll see how it goes. Alright, pop that aside. Back to brush. I've heard there's benefits, but like it's a lot. It feels like there's a lot of conflicting information, honestly, on the topic. Also, are they referring to like sex or like orgasms? Okay, so I need Runelord Brass. So apparently I needed to fix up here anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. New Space Marines? Oh, these are the missile hold on. I can tell from the name. These are the missile launcher ones we've been hearing about for a while. Hold on, let's take a while I think about how to properly deal with this glowing red eye thing I wanted. Let's take a look at this. They're about what I figured they'd look like. They look you think? Let's see. The rocket launchers are a little on the goofy end, although the Redemptor does look pretty good. Are those twin heavy flamers? Let's see. Starship and Brutalis Dreadnought with its twin Icarus Iron Hail heavy stubbers. On the top, heavy bolters and bull rifles. Terran melee hang out unnecessarily firm handshakes, Brutalis fists and claws. Oh, you can swap out heavy bolters for. It doesn't say what. Does look like. No, does it look like Meltas? It's like a heavy sorry, multi-Meltas. Yeah, that's nuts. And then we have these guys. The new rocket launchers, which stats I've seen leaked. We'll see if they confirm them. Actually look pretty good. What'd they say about them? Desolation Squad, indirect Castling launchers, and Super Frag or Super Crack rocket launchers. Now, long-range heavy supports. Until now, long-range heavy support has been missing from the Primaris infantry arsenal. That is actually fairly true. Before, like, the best UA was probably suppressors. New Primaris Lieutenant. The most flexible lieutenant kit we've made to date. This version unlocks a wide variety of builds, including a much requested Power Fist. Well, I suppose that's nice. And it's got the requisite tactical rock. Okay, actually this sculpt right here I like. And the reason is this looks actually way more like a firstborn. Like with the leather tassels and oh, look at that. That's an actual Aquila chest piece. I think it's the first time we've seen that on a Primaris. Backpack piece is good. It's a lot more in line with like old school Space Marines. I like that. I feel launch is going to be used to bombard World Eaters. I mean, everything is going to be used to bombard World Eaters, to be fair, because that's the best way of fighting them. You're not going to beat them in melee. Yeah, I guess we're just waiting to see how their stats are. Cool. I'm still waiting for my Gravis Lieutenant and my Phobos Chaplain. Hmm. Hopefully, Rose would be ready to pre-air next week with Sunday reveal. Probably. Oh, I grabbed the wrong Les Belcher. The record launcher guys are cool and all. Conceptually, I don't think it's going to change how I'm approaching stuff much, as we didn't really need that in Raven Guard anyway. If anything, we needed a better Phobos anti-armor option. But, oh yeah, Redding. Can make launchers look like tennis ball launchers. Yeah, which would be pretty funny with all those tennis ball memes from back when Ragnar Blackmane and Gazcool came out. Now we'll see what it looks like after that ink dries. I think this might just be it. I think this guy's effectively done. I just want the ink to dry so I know for sure what the eye looks like. Hmm. Well, I suppose we could always take a look at after we uh Prime Kasara Khan. I don't know. I'm kind of actually stuck. I'm in like an awkward position in progress. So like I have about half an hour left for how long I'd normally stream, right? Like I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I usually go to 8 minimum unless there's a lot of hype pushing for more. Next step is to using airbrush, prime and base coat Kasara-Khan, which will probably take the entirety of that half an hour. However, usually that's pretty annoying on stream for video quality and chat quality wise. There's a lot of background noise, etc., etc. So I'm kind of thinking maybe save this for the beginning of tomorrow's stream, and maybe I end early and take a Friday night. I do have a few other things I need to do anyway, so This guy's got a lot going on, including 2 faces I gotta paint. I just realized. I forgot he was holding, like, an entire head going on here. Right. Give me quite the paint job. I gotta do some research on this guy's look, particularly the cape. Alright, I'm kind of thinking, as it's not a lot of chat momentum right now. And my next step is to airbrush this dude. We'll just pick up doing that tomorrow. I think Bugatti even jumped. Yeah, okay. Well, we did in fact finish. Yeah, you know what? The eye looks pretty good. We finished the Ancient Blade Guard Ancient. He's done. Yay. Alright, so, yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow, I'm thinking. Well, thanks for hanging out, and thank you to all the lurkers today. There was a strong lurker presence today, and I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have an awesome Friday night.